The following is a presentation of The Day.
On the campus of Ledyard High School, game day begins its championship week in the ECC with Division II boys soccer. The number 1 seed Windham Whippets and the number 2 seed St. Bernard Saints ready to go at it, and it's all live for you here on Game Day. Game Day is brought to you by Waterford Dental Health. All that's good begins with a smile. Our entire team is dedicated to providing you the personalized dental care that you deserve. Your smile is our top priority. Contact us today at waterforddentalhealth.com. Casey O'Neill along with Colin Delaney, and this is exactly what you'd want in a championship game. Arguably the two best teams that are also playing the best, which is something important at this time of year. Division III champions Windham and Division IV champions St. Bernard's.
Yeah, 1 and 2 seed, 15-1-1 in the season, both advancing to the final. Interesting enough, have not faced each other this season, so it should be a great game from that standpoint. Two unfamiliar opposed, and really getting at it for today.
Wyndham, 15-1-1, Division III champions, number 1 seed. They are in their familiar blue and maroon. The Saints, 15-1-1, Division IV champions, are in the white. And we are underway here, and the Division II championship game of boys soccer in the ECC. Following this one in the trophy presentation and following the festivities, we'll have the Division I championship game, the East Lyme Vikings and the Stonington Bears. And it'll start a week of championship broadcasts on the ECC. First ball thrown into the mix, but Dan O'Brien, the St. Bernard's keeper, on the spot. And as the sun begins to set behind Ledyard High School, O'Brien will boot it out to about just shy midfield, and the Saints will have their first little run. Connor Harris loses it out of bounds, and we'll have a throw in for Windham.
Interesting to see these two teams here, both kind of grass teams, playing most of the season on grass. And also an interesting note, Windham been playing all their games on the road this season. With their campus under construction, had a difficult way to the finals this year.
Yeah, we mentioned in the football game, the football team and the soccer team are combined 21-1-1, playing all of their games on the road. Getting rid of the idea that road, is a disadvantage. And you're absolutely right, Colin. A rare thing these days, two grass teams, which we don't often see. Through ball, stepped up, and Palacios, the Windham keeper, knocks it out of bounds. You don't see a lot of grass teams. They're few and far between. Certainly two of them in the championship game is something unusual. But I think the biggest interesting note, which you mentioned in the opening, is that they haven't played each other. They've played all the same teams, but have managed to not play each other. I think the one team that stands out to me is they both tied Montville 0-0. But if you look at their scores of late, both of these teams starting to ramp up the offense. Wyndham's last 3 games, 3 goals, 4 goals, and 6 goals. And then St. Bernard's last 3, 3, and 1. So maybe a little more offense in this one. Windham has been sort of the class of this division for the year. But St. Bernard's playing really good soccer.
Yeah, and of note, really, it could have been St. Bernard's or Montville in this final. Narrow 1-0 loss for Montville. Great game, in that semifinal matchup. And certainly, a lot of top teams, made their way to the finals. Look at the top 5 overall teams in ECC this year, top to bottom. 4 of those 5 teams are in the finals tonight.
Which is really what you want in a championship game. You like those teams that played well all year. And it's funny, you and I both have connections to Montville. You have way more connections in the soccer community, but I did talk to the Montville fan section / parents, and they, it was a disappointing loss to St. Bernard's. They had played them during the year, and they were very, very competitive. They tied the first game of the year at 0-0, and they really felt like they, that they were matched up well with St. Bernard's. That 1-0 loss could have gone either way. But Windham, on the other hand, Griswold up and down. I mean, they really, 6-1, they really took it to Griswold in the semifinals. And so I think right now Windham is not only the best team, they're really playing well, and You don't see a lot of offense in these championship games, and St. Bernard's might struggle to get their offense going. Windham, I think, is the team more likely, to put up goals today. So St. Bernard's is going to have to be really careful, maybe about getting on the board early.
Yeah, I think on paper, I think you give Windham the slight advantage, but sometimes you throw that out the window when it comes to these final matches, especially when, once again, two grass teams playing on a beautiful turf field here. Sometimes it takes a little bit of momentum and chemistry to get that ball on the floor and get the pace of play going.
I always find in these championship games, particularly in soccer, first goal can mean a world of difference. With some of your more experienced teams, sometimes it's not as big a deal, but I think in a championship game, that first goal really sets the tone. And for a team like St. Bernard's, who offensively isn't maybe as dynamic as Windham can be, getting on the board first would be invaluable to them and allow them to play the kind of defense that they really like to play.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, in these kind of games, records aside, it comes down to momentum for sure. Getting the butterflies out, playing on a big stage, in front of, family and friends, and then getting that first goal could be big.
Well done, Brantley Demas for Windham, clearing it out at the end and stepping up Jaden Murphy for say Saints. He spins and he is stoned. Good defense on the line that time by Marlon Perez Sanchez for Windham.
St. Bernard seeming to favor this left side on the counterattack here. But credit to Windham. They're doing a nice job of kind of bend but don't break, absorb that attack, gain it back, and quick to possession to the ball on the floor.
Nice move by Garcia Perez. Ball gets dumped in. He was looking far post for Kurzinski, but a nice step up by Dan O'Brien, who corralled it.
I think based on the shape too, Case, I think you see Windham coming out with a 4-3-3 today. They're getting an extra forward, in that attacking end is going to give them some opportunities for that target man, whereas St. Bernard's playing more of a 4-4-2 right now with kind of a sweeper stopper in the back, a little more defensive-minded to start the game off.
I think in general, St. Bernard's is a more defensive-minded team. They really try to start by stopping you, as opposed to Windham, I think, who does look to get some of their dynamic playmakers in the mix. Speaking of one, Garcia out in front and a save from O'Brien and a clear from Murphy.
And really everything I've seen from St. Bernard's this year, and even speaking to coaches around the league, a lot goes through number 14. For St. Bernard's there. Jose Pacheco really is kind of the engine that runs that counterattack in that team up there. So they're going to look to him often to try to build that attack.
So we're seeing Windham trying to do little through balls over the top on a counterattack, getting it onto the speed of the forwards. That time they had a nice far post chance on the I don't know if it was a cross or if it was just a kind of one of those dump-ins into the middle to let someone run on. But they had a point-blank opportunity. Kid whiffed, and then the second opportunity went top. So Windham here with the first couple of chances. Garcia Perez dumps it down to Sanchez. Perez Sanchez. Nice job by Murphy on him, and Jaden Murphy. Stout defense so far. Windham very quick to put it back into play. Nice move from Zamudio. Battling it out in the corner. Zamudio tries to go on the far line, and he does, but St. Bernard's is there. Now a turnover and a play back to the keeper, who puts it back out, but Windham not letting it get cleared, and finally a nice step-in, good defense from Pacheco, and it bounces off of him out of bounds. It'll be a Windham throw, but at least in breathing room.
No, I think the counterpart, on Windham's side to 14, Jose Pacheco for St. Bernard's is number 8, Miguel Garcia Zamudio. I think he's the guy that kind of runs that engine over there. He kind of plays everywhere. You'll see him sideline to sideline, north to south, east to west, attacking, counterattacking, defending. He's really a big part of their team overall.
A nice attempt at an overlapping run that time. Pacheco on the nice feed from Brannigan, but Windham stepped in. Now Windham's got a little run coming in the other direction. Going to the middle of the field is Perez Sanchez. Number 5 keeps it on his feet, now dumps it off, and no whistle. Good play, good defense by St. Bernard's. And out of the pack come the Saints. Harris. Brannigan now in the midfield. And stolen away by the Whippets. Garcia Perez pushing it, dumps it out, and just a little too strong for Perez Sanchez.
St. Bernard's very athletic, very quick, very north to south on the attack. Windham, not maybe as pacey individually, but they move that ball. That ball does all the work for them. You see that ball move quickly, a lot of two-touch soccer.
Here goes Pacheco, 1-on-3, waiting for his teammates to come forward. He goes cross field, and it's picked off there, and the Whippets come in the other direction. Murphy puts it back into the middle of the field, and Windham will regroup. Nice play into the middle of the field by the Whippets, but good defense by Murphy, and it'll be a whistle in the Saints ball. One thing about the Saints, too, is a couple of very big defenders they have on the back line in Colin Brittner and Des Powers, both 6'4" defenders, which is very big on the back line here at this level.
Yeah, you can't, you can't teach height. You can't coach height. If you get a guy big in the back, a big ball winner, that's invaluable as a center back in soccer.
Ball in the middle. And played out. Kept in by the Whippets. The pressure here certainly has been on the Saints side of the field. The Whippets have been pushing and pushing and pushing. No real golden chance yet, but they have certainly kept the pressure on. The Saints have not mounted much in the offensive end.
And I think for the most part, the Whippets recognize that they're better on the ground. You haven't seen too many big balls in the air, some diagonal balls, but for the most part, no big balls in the air, no big throw-ins. Trying to avoid those big horses in the middle for St. Bernard's. Case, you were a center back in the day, right? Big, tall center back.
I was your prototype. I played that position much like a guy of my size and ability would, which was not well, but with great physicality and passion. And they said, you were so good at it, we're going to then make you the least prototypical looking goalie of all time. I like what St. Bernard's is doing as far as very patient defensively. They're not rattled by the pressure of Windham. They seem like very under control. And Windham, same thing. They're very under control. They haven't forced bad shots. They're sort of very content. They're like the fish that just nibbles. Right now, they're just nibbling. They're not taking any bites. They're just nibbling, kind of seeing what's there. But I like St. Bernard seems very calm in their defense.
Well, you don't go 15-1-1 for Windham or St. Bernard's, by overthinking things. They got here through a lot of good coaching. Obviously a lot of good training sessions. I think St. Bernard's knows their strengths, and right now, Windham is out-possessing them. So if they kind of sit back and play solid defense, look for counterattacks, that's going to be maybe how they score. Whereas Windham on the opposite side, they know they're possessing the ball well, looking to go east and west on those big switches, try to create some holes.
Head ball put on goal and wide, so it'll be a goal kick. Of course, after today's game, we're going to want you to find us on social media at Game Day CT for our interview with the Foxwoods player of the game. At the center of it all, Foxwoods Resort and Casino, the upcoming events, the Beach Boys, featuring the Holiday Vibrations Orchestra, November 26th. Tickets are on sale now. For more details, visit foxwoods.com/entertainment. Only at Foxwoods, the Resort Casino, the wonder of it all. And we'll have those interviews with the winning coach and the Foxwoods player of the game afterwards. So, of course, stay tuned for that. And for the Division I championship game, East Lyme and Stonington in our nightcap.
Despite all this possession case, they haven't been super dangerous in front of the goal. Width to width, I think you're seeing some good possession, but they haven't been super dangerous in the box for the most part. St. Bernard's does a nice job of kind of, protecting that goal mouth area from roughly the 18-yard box on in.
Yeah, I like what Windham, like I said, they're nibbling right now. They haven't tried to take a bite. There's a bite right there, their first sort of free look, but again, from 25 yards out, so not a real dangerous spot. But yeah, Windham seems content on just, like you said, maintaining wide possession and waiting for St. Bernard's to make a mistake. And St. Bernard's seems very content playing defense. I'll be curious to see where a St. Bernard's counterattack comes from.
Yeah, but I think you let these teams hang around, of this kind of caliber. Once again, they didn't get here by accident. They worked hard to get here. A team who's had the success that St. Bernard's has, let them stick around for a while. Watch out for those counterattacks. They do have the weapons and the guns to put a ball in the back of the net.
Powers knocks it down for St. Bernard's, puts it back into the Windham defense. Nice overlap there, going to the outside, far side for Windham, and then back towards the middle of the field. Through ball looking, and St. Bernard's there to stymie that.
I think the one intangible here that's going to potentially cause some havoc for Windham is, for St. Bernard's is Windham's, their wing backs are getting super high. I mean, you're looking at those outside backs getting to the 30, 20-yard line of their attacking end. That's 2 additional players they have, going into their way. So certainly St. Bernard's going to be mindful of those outside backs getting forward.
We're going to get a handball there, and we're going to get a free kick here coming up for Windham. See where they spot it. They're going to put it out at about the 20-yard line of the football field. So 30 yards out.
And knowing Windham, it's a little deep for maybe a footed shot in the frame. They're going to look to maybe build something off this, maybe a set piece, maybe a ball right over the wall, maybe a ball slotted to the width.
Garcia Zamudio is the Windham player appearing to approach. Little 3-man wall for the Saints. Far post chip, nothing there. Gonna try to put it back into the box in front, and sort of a half deflected shot off the foot of Garcia Mendez, and O'Brien there to corral it for the Saints.
Yeah, and that set piece would be, you're trying to get the ball to face their own goal, and everyone kind of crashed their own goal for the opportunity for some kind of ball in the frame.
This has the feeling of one of those bend, 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 don't break by St. Bernard's, and then St. Bernard's, from a counterattack perspective, it's going to be one big ball that gets them into a position, like we see here with Pacheco going through the middle. Windham's might have way more possession, like you say, but it'll be interesting to see who gets the first real goal opportunity. We haven't seen a corner kick yet. We haven't seen a real close direct kick. We haven't seen a real scoring opportunity from Windham or from the Saints. Who will be first?
See, that kind of big ball right there from St. Bernard's, a big diagonal ball to the weak side, I think is going to create some opportunities if they can do some more of that, because what happens, once again, if those outside backs get too far forward and they whip a ball to the weak side, that could allow for that counterattack for St. Bernard's to put themselves in a goal-scoring opportunity. And
that's really sort of where I'm going. Which, two vastly different approaches right now, right? Which will net the first real scoring chance? Because Windham, for all of its possession, as you said, there hasn't really been a scoring chance. They've been kind of, like I said, nibbling around. The Saints looking for that one through ball, that one big ball. Who will get theirs first?
Well, it's a credit to St. Bernard's. They're not, Windham may be nibbling, but St. Bernard's not biting. They're not diving in. They're not overcommitting themselves in defense. They're not, and these guys got skills, Windham does. So credit to the defense in St. Bernard's. They're being smart in the back.
So to further the fishing analogy, because there's nothing better in an early half of a first soccer game than a fishing analogy. If you think about it, like Windham being the fish that's nibbling, and St. Bernard's, what they're trying to get St. Bernard's, the fishermen, to yank up, trying to catch them, and that's sort of their little way to see if they can get the Saints to make a mistake, which would be the equivalent of the fishermen, yanking their line up too quick. They're just content right now, hanging around, waiting for the Saints to make that mistake.
Yeah, and if we want to continue at that analogy, they're looking for the the big bite going the opposite way. That big counterattack ball to have those guys run onto. But I got to give credit to the center backs over there of Windham. They're doing a nice job of not getting too far forward when those outside backs do get forward, because I think they're aware and they're cognizant of, this is going to be a counterattack situation for St. Bernard's. They haven't shown otherwise. It hasn't been built in possession. It's been mostly just counterattack style offense.
Murphy's done a very nice job for the St. Bernard Saints on the outside. It's very stout, directing traffic. Step through by Windham. Ball in the box. Cleared, but not cleared completely. So right back in goes Windham on the attack.
And you always see one of those St. Bernard's defenders kind of sitting back behind the back line there, almost like a flat three with a sweeper, kind of sweeping up those mistakes. They know that Windham's looking for that little through ball, that little overlapping run, create an opportunity.
Far side, the Saints looking into the middle for Harris. Ball loose and cleared by Windham. That's where St. Bernard's. There is your first glance of how St. Bernard's wants to approach the counterattack.
Well, because Wyndham, when they're kind of methodic, when they come through with the ball, and they're just kind of building the possession, but it allows St. Bernard's to get so many guys behind the ball and to keep their shape. There's 9-10 guys behind the ball when Wyndham's trying to attack. On a big counterattack from St. Bernard's, you're going to see maybe 1 or 2, 3 guys behind the ball because it's so quick. So that's going to be the opportunity for them.
We're about halfway through the first half here at Ledyard High School in our Division II championship game on game day. Garcia Perez puts it into the middle, nothing there, and the Saints will play it back. That's a dangerous ball. Seifert that time, that's dangerous, but we'll have a throw, and this is a throw which is often an offensive set piece here, and Garcia Perez will have it for Windham.
Seeing some of our first subs in the game, so we'll kind of see if that affects the game, about halfway through this first half.
Windham here, step in, and a nice defensive play by Connor Harris for the Saints. But very casual, Linares on the other side for Windham puts it right back in.
Entering the game for St. Bernard's, number 34, Aiden Cass.
And a whistle, St. Bernard's will have the ball.
My concern, Casey, at this point, when it comes to, St. Bernard's, they're doing a great job defending, but they're putting a lot of energy into this right now. If you look at this, really Wyndham's letting that ball do all the work. St. Bernard's, I'm wondering about their fitness as we head into the second half. If we're still locked at 0, will that affect the game?
Nice job by the official right there, getting involved early to get the feet and the bodies on the ground, keeping things settled, which is a nice way of doing it.
Yeah, officials in these finals, they don't want to send players off. They don't want to pull out cards. They want to keep it manageable because, want to keep these kids playing. They worked hard to get here. But at the same time, kids need to make sure that they're playing with good sportsmanship, as they say. And just like these players, these officials work hard to get here too. These officials typically earn their way into these finals matches.
I have found the officiating in the soccer games that I have seen over the past couple of years to be very good. I say that knowing full well how difficult it is, to officiate high school sports, even in Connecticut, even at small schools. The level of play, the speed, the physicality keeps getting bigger and better every year, and the officiating becomes more and more difficult every year to keep up with that change of style and play. Especially the physical nature of soccer. I don't ever remember soccer being more technically sound and physically demanding as it is now.
Yeah, it's, and it gets kind of a raw deal at times, because you do see some, flopping, as they say, at higher levels and whatnot. But really, once you go from the youth league to the high school league, those rules, and it gets a whole lot more physical, and certainly kids are encouraged to play that way because that's part of soccer. It's a physical game.
Windham still with the nibbles. And that ball is deflected off of Windham, so it'll be a goal kick for... I think the problem is the branding. Flopping has such a negative connotation to it. I mean, if it was something more along the lines of, dramatic gravitational abandonment, I think that would be... Peter, is that a better gravitational abandonment?
Semantics, Casey, semantics.
Entering the game for Windham, number 3,
Well, in
Oscar
hockey,
Mendoza
they call it
Soto.
embellishment.
I see. That's the thing. Embellishment is exactly the right word. That's all. I like flamboyant. Flopping has such it's such a negative connotation.
Well, maybe I stand corrected. Flopping's more of an NBA thing.
NBA thing,
right?
it is.
This is more diving in soccer.
I've heard it referred to mostly as whining. That's where soccer players get the bad rap. And you're right. It is sort of does take away from the layperson's understanding of just how physical it is. And I know when the average person is watching and they see guys running and he kicks the ball and it's blocked and he goes down like he's shot, you don't realize that hurts, by the way. When you're running full speed and you kick a ball and the ball doesn't move because it's equal and opposite force, that's not a pleasant feeling. But I know a lot of people go, well, that can't be that bad. First corner kick, Windham puts it in the middle, ball headed out nicely by Connor Harris of the Saints. But as has been the case, St. Bernard's really not able to get it out of their own zone. Windham has lived here. Little one-hopper. Those can always be tricky. O'Brien went down nicely. I like that. Just crouched down, got it at eye level.
That might be the first clean shot we've seen on the frame with some kind of authority so far. What I'd like to see from Windham, though, is you got to crash the goal. You got to put numbers for it. You got to crash the goal.
Yeah, that's a one and done.
I didn't see one, jersey in the box after that shot.
There's a steal, step in by Windham, take away. They're going to try a nice job, though, on the Saints side of things. Pacheco got a foot on it. Brannigan back to the middle of the field. Sauchuk now with Pacheco looking for an overlap. He puts it long, looking for Howes. Windham calmly intercepts, and they're going to go in the other direction. Turning on it is Morente.
Windham doing a nice job of getting all aspects of the field in play, playing the way they face, playing the ball east to west, really trying to incorporate all the players to try to create those holes in the St. Bernard back line.
Now, like the finger in the dam, we know that right now it feels like no one's ever going to score a goal. But we know how that one goal gets, breaks the dam sometimes, and we get 2 and 3 goals, one on top of each other. And certainly when one team is really pressing, right, a goal generally happens. But right now, I think, and I don't mean to say, I don't mean to say this in a dismissive way, but I really think, I think the Saints would be perfectly content with this score being scoreless at halftime.
100%. I mean, they realize they're getting outpossessed, and, we can't call a 30-second timeout. We got to just kind of, weather the storm for 40 minutes and try to make micro adjustments amongst the guys who are on the field. And, I think they'd be very content with the 0-0 halftime score, so that way Coach Pirtle could then, round the troops up and come up with a game plan for the second half, for sure.
On the other side of things, I think Coach Konopka would say, you know what? We'll take 0-0 if we just keep possessing it like this, because I think he'll tell his guys in their micro adjustments, we're going to put a couple into the net. If we keep having all these possessions, we're going to score a goal or two. I think it's ironic that both teams would probably take 0-0 and feel pretty good about where they are at that point.
Yeah, and I think for Coach Konopka, too, he wants to take 0-0. He doesn't want to, create any anxiety amongst his team. He's happy with the possession. If he's firing the sidelines, where's our goals? It's just going to create more angst and more of a press, which might create more of a counterattack from St. Bernard's side.
Yeah, I mean, you can almost hear the halftime speeches already. The Windham side of things, it's guys, if we play exactly like that and we keep possessing like that, we're gonna break through. Here's the little tweak. All we have to do is this little tweak. And on the other side of things, guys, you know what? We're right in this thing where they haven't scored a goal, and with these little tweaks, it's funny because this is a game that has a huge middle ground. There's clearly no decided skill advantage here. These are two very well matched, both from a talent perspective and a coaching perspective and a scheme perspective. So I think there's a lot of common ground here.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I think, and we can talk about some of those tweaks that maybe we'd make, before the half here, but certainly I think both teams are pretty content with how it's happening. It's a 0-0 game in a finals, and no one has done enough to score, but no one has not done enough to create a scoring opportunity for the opposition.
Smart play there by Howes. Patient, playing it back into the middle of the field to Cornelius, and out wide it goes, and the Saints operating on the far side of the field. Plays back to Powers. Nice turn from the Whippets, and they'll repossess on the St. Bernard side of things.
Yeah, and Windham is certainly trying to get as many men forward and as involved in this attack as possible. They're very, methodical, like I said before, and tactical about how to take these opportunities.
There's the attempt for Brannigan. Well defended by the Whippets. Coming in the other direction now is Morente, and this Powers with a big boot all the way on goal. Another interesting thing about this is a matchup between two teams whose physical mascots are dogs, but whose actual mascots one is not a dog. The Whippet is, in fact, a beautiful, slender, athletic dog. And the St. Bernard's physical mascot is, in fact, the St. Bernard. But they're the Saints. So their mascot's really not supposed to be a St. Bernard. It's supposed to be, you know, a guy in a robe. But it's a St. Bernard dog, which has always, you know, baffled me.
So would you prefer that they be called the St. Bernard St. Bernards?
I would, actually. I would. If they're going to use the St. Bernard, or they could just go to, like, Madonna and be the St. Bernards. Period. And it works. It's an all-encompassing name. But the Saints, it's confusing. Where's the Saint?
Now, is a Whippet the same as a Greyhound?
No. A Whippet is a different breed from a Greyhound. They have some similarities to the Greyhound. Here's a chance for St. Bernard's. 3-on-2. Ball put in, up over the top, and off the football crossbar. Wide it goes. So there was the first sort of counterattack timing, where St. Bernard's is timing on the counterattack matched the breakdown in Windham's back line, and it resulted in a shot.
And, you know, if Windham's not careful, they get kind of lulled to sleep back there, you know, with all this attacking, all this possession in the attacking half of the field, that counterattack. And if that ball is put to the far post, I wouldn't be surprised if that ball gets tucked in. You know, at this point, you know, the Saints have not shown us that they're really going to build the attack through a ton of possession. So look for that counterattack and that big ball through.
So the Whippet is a thin Greyhound-looking animal, but the only Greyhounds are Greyhounds and Italian Greyhounds, otherwise known as Iggies. There are many Greyhound-like dogs. Salukis are like them as well. They're the long-haired version. So Whippets are often confused with Greyhounds because they're basically a slightly smaller, but very similar looking to the Greyhound, but very fast dogs. Much faster than a St. Bernard. But if I needed someone rescued on a mountaintop, I would want the St. Bernard and not the Whippet, though I'd probably be praying to the Saints.
I actually might want the guy in the rope.
I'd be praying to him and hoping the dog was coming with some.
Because weren't you a Greyhound owner at one point?
Yeah, multiple Greyhounds. Love the breed. Big fan. And a whistle, and an inadvertent handball, and it'll go the other direction for St. Bernard's. Yes, Blaze and Kay were our two beautiful Greyhounds. We have moved on to a rescue mix that is the opposite of Greyhound. She's built like a sausage.
Our listeners did not know that you were, in fact, a dog whisperer. I mean, all this dog knowledge.
I am a
canine
dog
knowledge.
guy. I'm a dog guy. That's right. Pacheco puts it on the other to Howes. Howes going one-on-one, and is that going to be a throw for the Saints? No, they're going to say it's off Howes, and it'll be Whippets.
Another big ball over the top. Just the Saints aren't having it. They did a nice job winning those big balls.
And it's a low-line ground ball. I was going to say low-line drive, but that one stayed on the ground off of Gonzalez's foot. And I really like O'Brien's approach. He's very solid in his base, but I like that he goes down, makes sure he secures the ball, sees it into his hands. Subs coming in for both teams as we're down under just about 8 minutes here in the first half. No score. 0-0, as they like to say in the world of football.
Yeah, you know, and it's not even a box-to-box 0-0. It's more of kind of a, half-to-box, kind of dominating for the most part. In possession, Windham has been with a couple counterattacks on the side of the Saints. But really kind of a vanilla first half, kind of a, feeling each other out, a little bit of a chess match.
If this were a boxing match, Windham's winning on points because they're just, throwing a lot more little jabs, but they're nothing is stuck for either team so far. There's been no real contact made.
Yeah, and no judge's card in soccer. It's going to come down to everyone puts in the back of the net, and if it comes down to overtimes and then beyond that, we have penalty kicks. So, we do need a winner tonight.
Yeah, someone's going to walk away here the Division II champion in the ECC.
I don't think any team wants to go that far, but certainly at this point, I think they're happy at a 0-0, not going to the half if they get that far.
Speaking of overtimes, I can make Peter Wappy smile by saying the Boston Bruins, who are red hot this year with an overtime victory 6-5 over Pittsburgh Penguins last night. Anything to see Mr. Wappy smile, and I know he loves those overtime games in the NHL. Windham continues to control through the middle of the field, and St. Bernard's trying the counterattack. A little flick by Brannigan, but the defense backed by Demas solid as we approach 6.5 minutes. So I love the fascinating things that happen in sports that are coincidental or just kind of interesting. I don't expect you to know this, but Colin, do you happen to know the teams playing in the Thursday night football game this week?
I gotta say, Case, I do not. I'm
That's
not
okay.
a big Thursday
No,
night
that's
football
okay.
fan,
It
to be
is the
honest.
Philadelphia Eagles, who are undefeated, at home, on the road rather, at the Houston Texans. Do you happen to know who's playing in the World Series right now?
I do.
It's
I
the
do.
Philadelphia Phillies and the Houston Astros. And because of the rain out the other night,
I know.
on Thursday night, those two markets will be playing a game opposite each other. And it'll be so it's very interesting to see to me. All those Philadelphia Eagles fans are going to be at the World Series watching their beloved Eagles.
We got to bring back the old picture-in-picture.
Oh, you're going to see everyone at the games with their phones watching the other thing for sure. 5.5 minutes remaining here in the first half. Still no score. Windham dominating possession. St. Bernard's now starting to get a little more offensive-minded, a little friskier, if you will, on the counterattack.
Well, I think there's some more urgency on the part of both teams. All right, we got about 5 minutes left here. Let's take a couple extra chances here, and so you're going to see, more spacing in the field. That shape's going to open up a little bit, which could cause havoc for either team.
Sun setting on the far side of the field as we stare directly into it. And it'll be down soon. Sometime around halftime of this game, the sun will be going down, and the night game will be played in a beautiful, crisp fall night. This is it's daylight savings this weekend, isn't it?
I believe so.
Do we still have that? Have they gotten rid of it yet? This is the last year, though, right? Isn't this supposed to be the last year? But we are falling back on Saturday night, right?
Yeah, I like to fall back than springing forward. I got to be honest.
You get the extra hour.
Yeah.
It's important for my early morning golf game on Sunday. I get the extra hour. Brannigan pushes it forward. He's going to have a little one-on-one, but he can't beat Palacios to the ball, and Palacios steps in and clears for Windham.
Yeah, if he keeps that ball a little tighter on the touch, he might be able to push it by him and make it a foot race. But a little heavy touch as he tries to get by, and then kind of an easy, sweep away on that back line.
There's a play on. Windham possesses. Pacheco steps in and bangs it out of bounds. Getting a little physical on the field right now. Both teams, I think, sensing a little frustration as well.
Yeah, a little fatigue setting in. Last 3 minutes here of the first half. A little frustration, a little physicality.
Let's go, 14. Let's
Kind
go.
of to be expected at this point in this part of the game.
Keep it up.
Officials doing a nice job keeping the boys in check.
We are 3 minutes and 15 seconds away from halftime. 0-0 here in the Division II championship game. At halftime, we'll have a series of highlights and features, so you can stay tuned for all of that before we rejoin you for half 2.
Into the game for Windham, number 9, Melkin Calchingo, and number 10, Oliver Coj-Arente.
It's ours. That's up.
Checking into the game for the Saints, number 19, Nick Shovkamud, who is a Ukrainian-born student at St. Bernard's and a big body. So with him out there, they have 3 6'3+ players on the field right now. So the Saints turning up the size.
Yeah, very, very contrasting body types. You have, more of a, small, compact, very technical, Windham side, and then, more of an athletic, big body side on the Saints.
Out wide now, the Whippets looking for that opportunity in the corner. Here comes a cross. If they can get it off, he tried to pivot, but I think it will result in a corner kick for Windham. The Windham player was trying to, cut it back across himself rather than use the left foot, and he was fortunate. They'll get a corner kick out of it, and I believe Garcia Zamudio will be taking the corner far side. St. Bernard's with players on both posts. Ball in the middle and headed out nicely by Jaden Murphy.
Yeah, great job by the ball winning in the backside. I mean, there's a lot of good ball winning on the part of on St. Bernard's, which once again, not shocking with 3-4 players above 6 foot.
Minute and a half now and counting. So the Saints here will have a goal kick and will likely try to run this thing out to the half, go in at 0-0. Powers with the big boot to the 40. Controlled there by the Whippets. Out wide it goes. And Powers steps in and just bangs it out of bounds. Be a throw on the far side for Windham.
1 minute remaining.
Yeah, at this point with 1 minute to go, you're not trying to play that ball out beautifully, trying to get the ball out of bounds, out of danger.
Short side throw in. And a high, and Murphy right there on his line. Well done. O'Brien, rather. O'Brien has played a nice job, has done a really nice job. He hasn't been challenged, but he's been very steadfast on his line and very technical in his approach. 30 seconds remaining. The Whippets trying to get one more shot on goal, and the Saints try for one last little mini counterattack. Going to get a whistle as collision of two players on the Saints side of things will result in a penalty against the Saints, and Windham will have a free kick, but with only 10 seconds remaining. High ball, trying to beat everyone over the top, and a nice job by Murphy to clear. Not entirely cleared, though. There's one more chance for Windham, and they won't get it off. And we're at halftime. The score is 0-0. We'll have second half action in 10 minutes, but right now, stay tuned for some highlights and features. You're watching Game Day live on day.com.
You buy better. Better at first. Much better. So much better at first. The right insurance at the right price. You buy better at first. You buy better at first. You buy better.
The Burns Agency can feel it, and we know you feel it too. Fall is here. Crisp air, falling leaves, pumpkin everything, and football. So much football. With a new season upon us, it's a great opportunity to take a quick time out and make sure your insurance program is in order. The Burns Agency is here to help you play by play. Strong coverage, dependable service, and touchdown savings. Give us a call or visit us online. The Burns Agency, proudly serving Eastern Connecticut since 1932.
You can purchase a digital download of tonight's game or any of our live broadcasts at Vimeo On Demand. For details, head to vimeo.com/ondemand/GameDayCT.
Handoff, Mejia, off tackle, heads to the outside, gets a great block from Cruz towards the end zone. Touchdown, Whippets. 2nd and 10. This time Hines will throw. Has time, over the middle, and it's intercepted. Malachi Fowler. And he's going to take it all the way to the 2-yard line. Hines to throw. Pressured, screen set up to Hightower, and he is absolutely crunched. Motion man, Melendez-Gonzalez. Robinson Smay keeps it himself, bounces to the outside, now throws it in the flat. Caught.
Beautiful.
Touchdown, Travis Mangual. Big handoff. Robinson Smay is going to throw man wide open. Emmanuel Vasquez. Touchdown, Whippets. Robinson Smay. Handoff. Melendez-Gonzalez. Showing speed, looking for a block. Cuts it to the outside. One man to beat. Reaching for the end zone.
Whoa.
And touchdown,
Wow,
Whippets. Hines to throw on first down. Pressured in the pattern. Intercepted by Mangual at the 40-yard line. Mangual still on his feet. Mangual to the outside looking for a block.
He's got some blockers.
And Mangual still on his feet, stays inside. Can he get there? Just down to the 4-yard line. Handoff, big hole. First down and more. Heading to the outside. Cutting one more man to beat. Touchdown, Asael Garcia Rodriguez, Whippets. Handoff, Sutman, big hole, heads to the outside, one man to beat, touchdown, Lancers. Handoff, straight up the middle, big hole, big run.
Wow, rumbling.
Still on his feet.
Bumbling.
Doesn't want to be denied.
Stumbling.
Still on his feet, pushing Garcia Rodriguez. Handoff to the outside with a block, cutting it in toward the end zone. Touchdown,
Woo.
Darwin Melendez-Gonzalez. Likelihood of a state championship, and B, difficulty in getting it. Handoff, Sutman, big hole, getting to the outside, showing some speed. One man to beat. Touchdown, Waterford! Little delay, handoff, bouncing to the outside is Julian Cruz. Cruz crosses the 30, crosses the 20, crosses the 10. Touchdown, Whippets, Julian Cruz to the house. Hines rolls, little middle screen to Sutman. Sutman crosses the 10, down the sideline.
Touchdown.
Touchdown, third of the game, Brady Sutman. He has accounted for all 3 Waterford scores.
My 2 older sisters, Alexis and Madison, were both all-state players. They played here at Eastern High School.
Well, if you look back, they've been part of our program for almost 12 years now, or by the time Skylar graduates, it'll be 12 years.
My oldest sister has been playing since freshman year of high school, and my middle sister has been playing since 8th grade, and I've been playing since I was 5.
I think probably about 6 or 7 or 8 possibly. She was out on the court, always peppering with her father in between sets and after games, and run over the ball cart and grabbing a ball, and her skill level was, you know, she was about yay high, and she was probably better than half of our team at that point in time.
Have you ever considered asking them to have more kids?
Absolutely, I ask them all the time, and I just get a laugh. I think they're finished, but I'd love to see them come back year after year after this is all said and done, once Skylar graduates next year. And I know that they would have a positive influence on our program.
Everybody definitely compares us on how good we are, what positions we are. We don't really compare each other. They support me a lot. They come to like all my games, and they always wish me good luck. They were both really good players, and it's hard to go up to their level.
One match to win, which bell are you taking?
I'm going Skylar all day.
Okay.
I think that Skylar has, again, she's been around the longest, and I believe that she has that toughness in her and that team leadership in her to like carry a team, and hopefully you'll see that on Monday night against Fitch.
So my first year at 12U, we were in the locker room while the guys were getting ready, and just seeing their energy and stuff really made me like want to get to high school and be with them. The sledgehammer been in NFL tradition for years. Bakulis used to tell us be the hammer, not the nail. So basically not to let nobody punch you in the mouth during a play. So
why then are you carrying it around at practice?
Just to show how last year we went 4-6. It shows that like we had a very bad season and we could bounce back this year, and let's go 100% each play.
DeAndre, he leads by example. He's a two-way player for us, does all that he can to make the team better. He's not one of those kids that wants to take all the credit or anything like that.
I feel like he's the staple to our offense and defensive line. He's the one that brings everyone together, and he's just a natural leader.
He's more reserved from my time around with him, but he's more of a let your pads kind of do the talking kind of player.
Me, I like to stay cool. I don't need to be like that. We got more people like that on our team. I'm just a laid back, do my job, and then I'm done.
You need people that are cool under pressure. You need people that are calm when things aren't going right, you know? So I think people can look to the guys that are keeping their composure, that are keeping it calm and believing in the plan and the process and listening to the coaches. And I think people can rally behind that when they see people behaving that way. Otherwise, because sometimes rah-rah people can not be so rah-rah when things aren't going the right way, you know?
Yeah, you just got to know me as like a person outside of football. I'm really laid back, but football, if you get me bad, you could get me to that point where I start yelling and stuff.
Game day opens the high school basketball season back at the Mohegan Sun with the second annual Day Holiday Classic. We'll bring you 3 games on Monday, December 19th. First, a rematch of last year's Division I championship game between East Catholic and Notre Dame of West Haven. Next, a rematch of last year's Division III semifinal as St. Bernard takes on Daniel Hand. And finally, ECC rivals New London and NFA see if they can top last season's buzzer-beating drama. It's the Day Holiday Classic, Monday, December 19th at Mohegan Sun Arena, and streaming live on Game Day.
You are watching Game Day live on theday.com, and Game Day is brought to you by Waterford Dental Health. Right now it's 0-0. Both teams are smiling, and we know that all that's good begins with a smile. When you visit their office at Waterford Dental Health, your smile is their top priority. So go to waterforddentalhealth.com for more information and see about Waterford Dental Health. Get that really good dental care that you deserve. waterforddentalhealth.com. Casey O'Neill along with Colin Delaney. We're at just about to start half number 2 as the sun somehow makes it even more difficult to see right now as it's about to set behind Ledyard High School. The Saints will have the opening possession. Let's find out right away what are the tweaks made at halftime. So you right now, okay, Colin Delaney, you're not Colin Delaney anymore. You're Coach Pirtle. What are you saying to your Saints at halftime?
Well, I think we have to keep on doing what we're doing defensively because obviously that's been successful, and that's an easy thing to continue doing. Maintain our shape. Don't dive in. Be smart about it. Play balls wide. Keep it at dangerous areas for Windham. On the attack, I think you need to have a little bit more precision on our passes forward. They're trying to find that target man in the attack, and you find that target player, avoid that loss of possession, on that counter. Or can you find a driven ball that can be flicked on to an overlapping run, things of that nature. You're not going to build the attack. We've seen that already through a lot of great possessions. So can we make those counterattacks more prudent and a little bit more precise on that entry ball?
On the other side of things, you are no longer Colin Delaney or Joe Pirtle. You are now Zach Konopka. What did you say to your guys at halftime?
I think you're really pleased with the possession. I think you're happy with the way that, you controlled the possession, controlled the pace of play. But I think you need to begin to slowly have a little bit more urgency about, what we're doing about things,
Here's Pacheco stepping in, firing, and just wide. And if there's going to be a offensive, change of strategy, I think it might be, all right, we need to get our best player some touches.
Yeah, Jose Pacheco, for St. Bernard's, he needs to get more touches, not just in the midfield, but on the attacking end. Can you maybe push him a little bit higher out of the, 10 position to the 9 position to be more up front? And once again, we're seeing that right now, from the start. Similar shape, more of a 4-4-2, that sweeper stopper, but you're seeing, 14 up top now where he was more a central midfield player in the first half.
Well, both Mike DeMore and I can tell you that there's nothing more difficult than maintaining your shape. I got 2 tall, athletic guys on either side of me. Mike DeMora, where are you right now? I need you.
Well, as I say, round is a shape. So
round, it is a shape, 100%. I think you hit on something right away. The positioning of Pacheco here in the second half. I think you're going to see him moved up. Actually, we have seen him moved up. They're going to try to get him in that spot that Brannigan was in the first half, where if he is going 1-on-2 or having a foot on the ball, maybe he can make something happen. He's such a dynamic player with the ball on his feet.
Yeah, and I think from soccer speak standpoint, he'll kind of play like that false number 9. The guy who's the center forward, but who'll drop in here like he is right now to help out in that area. But I think he really needs to be the guy who is stretching whenever possible because he's the guy who's their best player. It's not a big mystery. He holds the ball best. He's their best chance at a scoring opportunity on the counter.
Weak side, ball stolen by the Saints.
But with that said, Casey, you got to find his feet. A lot of clears in that first half from St. Bernard's went to Windham.
There's a shot, and a nice job. O'Brien down to the ground, and then even more important, popped up immediately and got on that ball, covered it up. No rebound available.
Yeah, tough low ball, couple bounces. He did a nice job keeping it out of the goal mouth, but then got to pop up quick to keep that ball out of the foothold of a Windham player there.
I've always said, and we've talked about this, both as a player and a coach. Different keepers have different, ball shapes that they struggle with. Some do really poorly with those balls that are on the ground. Some don't do well with the hard shot right at them. Right, they have the stone hands and a lot of rebounds. Some don't do well with balls in the air. I feel like O'Brien has demonstrated anything neck down, he is very comfortable with. He's covered up well. He's defended well. He doesn't leave his feet unnecessarily. We'll have to see if Windham continues that approach or if they're going to see about maybe some balls up in the air, put him to a decision.
Yeah, and I agree with that. He's done a great job with the low balls, but one thing I've seen a lot out of him is he hasn't hold on to the balls, very well. He did a great job keeping them out of the goal, some good shot stopping ability. But there have been a few balls that have had some second chance opportunities that Windham hasn't, followed up on. If I'm Coach Konopka, I'm telling these guys we've had some good opportunities, but we got to follow our shots.
Yeah, and that's the evolution of some keepers, right? I remember when Brandon Tavares was a young goalkeeper, and Coach DeCastro said to us, right now he's stopping stuff. The evolution, the next step's going to be he's going to hold on to those. He's going to get stronger hands, and he's going to stop those and not give those rebounds up. And that's the evolution of the keeper. And right now you're right. O'Brien's done a very nice job, but I very much like his poise on his line. He is not. So you see some keepers go to the ground a lot or go up in the air a lot. He seems very comfortable with where he is in relationship to the ball. Subs in for the Saints.
Well, he's put his body in a great position on every shot. He's got good goal awareness, good line awareness, and he's got his head in a swivel. So, and you hear him communicating on the back really well to his back line as well. So certainly he's, got good field vision in general. I think the second thing that, maybe Coach Konopka had, might have mentioned to his team at halftime is, aside from the urgency, is, we know we're controlling possession here. Can we play an entry ball into one of our forwards, drop that ball back right into the midfield? That'll create space in behind, and then play that through ball. So what they're doing a lot is they're kind of possessing, playing a through ball, but they're playing a through ball to the back line of St. Bernard's. If they play an entry ball and play it negative, that line will step forward, naturally, which creates space in behind. They can create space in behind and then overlap. I think that'll create some havoc, in the back line for St. Bernard's.
Sun finally down here behind Ledyard High School, and we're in game one, second half. No score, St. Bernard's and Windham. Of course, East Lyme and Stonington next in what is a fabulous week here on game day. I'll bring you up to speed on all of what you can expect over the next few days. And a whistle, and if that's on St. Bernard's, which I believe it's on Murphy, that is going to give Windham its best look that we've seen yet here in the ballgame.
Just outside the box, probably a yard or two max. This could be dangerous. It could be a ball definitely on the frame if they can get around this wall. I'm sure they'll ask for 10, of course. But at the same time, do they have something up their sleeve here for a set piece?
This is where that size of St. Bernard's, right? They can not only put together a wall, they can put 6'3", 6'4", make the angle that much more difficult. So Windham will have it. Murphy seems to be okay, walking off the limp that he just had. Shot low, and a save. Rebound in front, and cleared nicely by the Saints. There it was, O'Brien. That's a ball you got to try to, cap and hold. That rebound was anybody's ball.
Yeah, I think he's, in his mind, he's trying to avoid that ball going through his hands or through his legs, so he's just trying to keep it out in front, which I understand. But that's a great second chance opportunity that Windham just missed, bearing that ball for the 1-0 lead.
Lots going on this week on game day. Lots going on all over the world of sports. College football got a big weekend coming up. The Tennessee Volunteers, the surprise team in the NCAA, with a big game against Georgia. That's going to be one that a lot of people are going to be watching. Notre Dame Clemson also on the schedule, so a good week in college football. And Tennessee, a lot of good stuff in Tennessee going on right now. We love Rocky Top. We love the Tater Tots down there in Tennessee land. And here we're expecting some halftime. It's already in the second half, but we're going to get a little grub coming our way, hopefully, as well. Got to refuel, Colin. If we're going to be doing all these games, got to refuel.
Yeah, Ledyard always does a great job of hosting these kinds of events. Big credit to, Jim Bunicor and the staff here, for putting on a great event here. And, of course, maybe feeding us occasionally. We always appreciate that. I
never say no to food, free or otherwise. So thank you very much to the folks here at Ledyard as the Saints and Whippets battle down in the corner. And finally, Saints knock it out, and Windham will have a throw. So this is your Division II and your Division I championship game here in boys soccer. Tomorrow, we're going to do you one better. Triple header at East Lyme. We're going to start off with field hockey, and then we'll transition right into the Division II and Division I girls soccer finals. And then Friday night, we'll have volleyball live from New London High School, the Division II and Division I volleyball championships. And then Saturday is swimming at East Lyme, and we'll be there for interviews and highlights of the ECC swimming championships at East Lyme. So quite a week for game day as we are having championship week across the ECC.
When I think about how far game day has come over the years, from all the different sports you do, from where you started, it's a real, treat to be, part of this. And, Peter and Mike and yourself have done a great job over the years.
Well, we've taken it up a notch this year. Championship week, trying to bring you the championship games in every single sport. There should be a highlight video or live stream of every championship game in the ECC. And it started with the ECC field hockey championships, which are fabulous. Field hockey, cross-country championships, which were fabulous. We saw, great efforts there, a sweep from East Lyme, boys and girls, but great championship games expected, both here today, which we're already seeing in a 0-0 tie right now between St. Bernard's and Windham.
Rare corner kick for St. Bernard's there. I think that might have been their first or second corner kick of the match so far, and you'd think with those, those big bodies, they try to get ahead in that ball. They couldn't quite get to it as Windham cleared that ball away.
No whistle, onside, and now comes the whistle for Pacheco being offsides. Now, that seemed like a little bit of a delayed whistle. He hung out to stay on sides, and no whistle was called, and then the whistle came late. So they were obviously waiting to see him, break, or were they waiting? What were they waiting on there?
So, in that situation, he's going to raise his flag, and then the center official, Tanner Glantz, will kind of see, is there a play in the ball? Is there an advantage there? And if Windham gets that ball, that could be part of it. But in general, oftentimes you also see the center official is not looking at the AR right away. And so it might be a delay call from the standpoint too.
Pacheco goes out wide, a little sideline action. Brannigan, Saints mounting a counterattack. We're getting another offsides this time. But clearly the Saints starting to press the attack a little bit more.
Yeah, we've seen a lot more energy out of the Saints in the second half, going forward in this attacking half. I mean, probably the first 10, 15 minutes of the first half, they didn't probably cross the half too often. And here they are now really putting some balls in the end. And I think that's a credit to also getting Pacheco a little higher in the field.
Windham, high arcing shot over everyone's head, a pass more likely. Kind of those in-between balls that you're just kind of hoping your guy runs on. There's Brannigan, pushing Brannigan, and smoothly stepping in is Branley Demas. And it will result in a throw for the Saints. Or will it be a corner? It'll be a corner, one off
kick,
that
yeah.
side, yep.
Second corner in probably the last couple minutes here, so you can definitely see a higher presence in the attacking end for St. Bernard's.
So they're going to send Grawl to take the corner. So Alex Grawl, the midfielder, the junior, will take the corner for the Saints on the far side. No posts covered for Windham. Spinning, and what a great job. There's what we talked about. Palacios, he went up and he snatched that thing, and it was not coming off his hands.
No question about it. He had a lot of authority in that one. He knew right away that was going to be his ball. Great job by him to reach up in the sky and grab that.
A lot of keepers go up and punch that one away. He went up and with two hands, and that was like flypaper, right? That ball stuck to those gloves, and it wasn't going anywhere.
And when you get up there, the idea is to get at the highest point, right? Not as it comes back down, because then it's anybody's ball. And great job by him to get at that ball at the highest point, away from all the, various heads from those tall St. Bernard's players.
And interesting, no Windham players on either post. So Windham chose to not defend either post and instead keep everybody in the box.
Which is interesting. Some keepers prefer, front post only. Some keepers prefer both posts. Not too many prefer no posts.
Yeah, I preferred somebody on the far post because I was so short. A lot of balls would sail over my head. I couldn't get up to get some of those balls. So I liked someone on the far post. I didn't like somebody on the near post. To me, it was just a body distracting me, and I'd like to have an extra body out. So yeah, to everybody, but I don't know that I've seen no posts very often. Windham in front, one touch, and a field goal is good for off the foot of Miguel Garcia Zamudio. He had a chance to go into the upper right corner, and it sailed through the uprights.
You know, we just see, Coach Perlo give Pacheco a breather, and it looks like he's coming back out right away. So a little bit of water. I think that's his first breather of the game. Certainly he's a guy he wants in the field as much as possible tonight.
And Brannigan's now heading off for a breather. So right now he's subbing in those guys on the offensive side, the frontline guys who he wants to keep fresh because he's anticipating having to make some runs here late in the game. That's their best scoring chances come out of Brannigan and Pacheco.
Well, I think he needs to be very calculated about that because he's certainly the best player in the field for him. At the same time, if this game stays knotted,
smoothly done by Cass, and we're going to get a whistle for a high foot dangerous play out of Connor Harris. But that was Pacheco did a nice job putting it out onto the feet of Cass. And Cass tried to spin it back to the middle, and Windham, I think we're so used to seeing limited St. Bernard's offensive runs that when we see sort of the most basic, it's well covered, there's multiple Windham guys there, it feels exciting because we don't see it very often, but Windham very calm in how they defended as well.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, they're not, no one is, panicking at this point, But a credit to St. Bernard's, Coach Pearl made a little change, getting Pacheco higher, and certainly it's paying off because the team just is playing with more confidence right now.
Cut back by by Sanchez, and deflected off by the Saints. Kept in by Windham. And now perhaps a little bit too aggressive of a clear from the Saints. They had time.
And that's one thing I mentioned that, at the half is, we need to be more mindful as the Saints. Can we try to find feet on the clear? Can we try to find feet on that counter rather than just kicking it? Because otherwise you're kicking it to Windham, which is just basically a pass to Windham, creating their counterattack.
Throw coming from Gutierrez Valdez. Loose in front. Murphy with the high kick. Ball is up. Ball still loose. Anybody's chance here. And finally, the Saints push it out to midfield. Cass with the long ball. And a step in by Grawl. And then good defense from Windham. Garcia Perez. The Whippets trying to make a little something happen. No whistle, clean play. Windham will have a throw.
But St. Bernard's doing an incredible job of getting so many numbers behind the ball. Any counterattack that Windham brings on, they've got 8-9 guys behind the ball every single time. That's very difficult to score against.
Saints content right now on resetting their defense.
And they're certainly by no means parking the bus, so to speak. They're just getting guys behind the ball. That's a good commitment to defense, and certainly if they continue doing that, it's going to create some opportunities on the attack because it's going to create, a little panic on Windham's side because they're thinking, all right, we're dominating this game possession-wise. We've got to find a way to put one away here because once again, once we get to overtime, and potentially, penalties, it gets that far, it's anyone's game at that point.
Entering the game for St. Bernard,
22.
Cam Cornelius.
48 remaining here in the ball game. 0-0.
Got to say, much better game to watch when that sun drops below those trees.
Yeah, it makes you can actually see everything and not have to squint.
Although big credit to the athletic departments at both St. Bernard's and Windham. We can read the numbers so well in this game. We always sometimes have problems with these numbers, and just clear as day. We appreciate that.
"22 minutes as we get to this second part of the second. And that'll go out of bounds. It'll be a goal kick for Windham.
And I think as we get towards maybe the 15-minute mark, you may begin to see, some shape change on the part of Windham, especially. I think St. Bernard's is pretty content with how they're playing now, getting the ball forward. But Windham, you might see an extra guy going forward, a little bit more, some guys trying to get stuck in up top.
A nice dump off from Korzinski to Morenti, and a step steal. And good slide tackle by Oliver Morente. St. Bernard's fending off all of the various Windham pushes here. And you can see Pacheco now heading to the middle of the field. He's going to try to go wide. Nice job defensively. Through ball, there it is. Who's going to get there first? It's going to be Palacios, the keeper for the Whippets.
Yeah, flirting with offsides there, but a nice job kind of holding himself on sides as that through ball came, between those center backs.
Come on, Saints. Keep it up, boys. Keep it up.
I want to give a shout out to Windham for this in this regard too. It is very challenging at a school the size of Windham to have a successful football and boys soccer team at the same time. Small schools struggle to get enough athletes to be able to be competitive in both of those sports. And right now you're watching an undefeated #1 Windham team in football and the #1 seed 15-1-1 Whippet soccer team. And just like that, out of nowhere, literally, surprised Saints are on the turf and the Whippets jump out to a 1-0 lead. Didn't see it coming. An own goal off the Saints. And of all the talk of where the offense was going to come from, it's an own goal that jumps Windham out 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Windham, though. They put that ball in a super dangerous, position. You can't blame St. Bernard's in that. His body's in the right place, just went off his foot, back of the goal. Tough way when they've been defending so well so far.
And when I tell you there was not a Windham player on the ball for that goal, and then just to see it go, to see it go into the net when there was no Windham player there was very strange. And oh, look at the chance from the Saints on the rebound, and soaring high, Palacios for the save.
Yeah, Jaden Murphy had his body in a great position, but the ball kind of came out of nowhere. A lot of pace on it, and just caromed off his shin there in the back of the goal. Can't do much about that. You got to just kind of turn the page and try to get this goal back as soon as possible with only less than 20 minutes left to play.
They're going to say that one did not touch Palacios. That went over the top of the bar, so it was a goal kick. And here's that 1-0 score we talked about, and the intensity is now going to have to pick up. The Saints, can they muster an attack to get a tying goal? Or does Windham take advantage of the Saints' pressure to get that much-needed second goal? That was a great effort by Pacheco. He had Grawl sneaking through, but the Windham defender got a foot on it, and Palacios corrals it.
And credit to Pacheco. He's trying to make the guys around him better. He's trying to get them involved. He's trying to urge them on to get forward. And you're going to see that urgency, Casey, because once again, lose by 2, lose by 1, you still lose. So can we get guys forward? Can we put balls in the frame? Because you got to get more shots to try to find the back of the net here at this point in the game. And a credit to St. Bernard's. You see a lot of life right now. They are not, taking this, laying down. They're going to come right back at it and put that ball, in an attacking position.
Yeah, and with 18 minutes remaining, there's still plenty of time. So Saints do not have to be desperate, but they are going to have to play with a little bit of urgency, which is, I think, what you're seeing right now.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot more direct soccer. You're going to see a lot more, potentially long balls or driven balls to the attacking end. A lot more, deliberate, attempts for that ball in dangerous places.
Be interesting to see if Windham changes their shape. They drop anyone else back and try to play a little bit more defensive soccer, or are they going to continue the same shape they've been in for most of the game, where they've controlled possession?
Yeah, I think you're probably going to see someone kind of sit more in that 6th position, that holding center midfield position, a little more than they have before. Not leave the back 4 as exposed. I think it's kind of a natural thing to do, but I don't think they'll change much in terms of how they possess. I think it's just kind of their the way they're coached and what their identification is as a team.
Windham on the counterattack. Mendoza Soto.
They're definitely wired that way to kind of build the attack through possession for sure.
I'm going to get a flag here, whistle, against the Saints as Krasinski went to the ground, so it'll be put at about 25 yards out, and Zamudio will have the kick for Windham. So Zamudio, 16 and a half minutes remaining. Low ground ball, back of the net, and off the crossbar, and saved by O'Brien.
O'Brien has been working his tail off on those low balls all day. That ball caroms right back to his hands there. Nice job covering that up to avoid a second goal by Windham.
Off the post, low ball, he was screened. O'Brien definitely didn't see it as it came out of a crowd, and it went off the post and back to him. Very fortunate for the Saints. And we just crossed the 16-minute mark, 1-0 Windham.
St. Bernard's number 5, Jaden Murphy. Number 13, Connor Harris. And number 19, Nikita Shovkamud.
Powers steps in for the Saints. A little bit of bunching there, and Murphy pushes it out. And he is stuffed and relentlessly stays with it, though. And there's Pacheco. And that ball will roll through. Palacios will come up and bang it with his foot high into Saint territory on their side of the field.
Yeah, certainly Windham is not taking the foot off the gas pedal. I think they kind of smell blood and water at this point. You know, they're not sitting back and just playing that defensive brand, being up 1 goal. They realize it can go either way, and certainly they're continuing to try to pepper the St. Bernard defense.
Looking for a weak side run, the Saints. Back to the middle to Connor Harris, and out of bounds it goes, and the Saints will have a throw in. Connor McWilliams, the freshman, gives it up to Powers, the freshman.
Entering the game for St. Bernard's number 11, Ben Wenzel.
Ben Wenzel back into the ball game, replacing McWilliams for the Saints. Powers, high throw, trying to get to Pacheco. Pacheco flicks, but no one's there. And Palacios steps up and gathers it for Windham.
You know, and the other tricky thing with these situations, 1-0 with 14 minutes to play, you know, certainly want to win this game, but you also have a big tournament coming up as well in the state tournament. You want to make sure everyone's healthy entering that tournament as well. So while you want to win this championship, whether you're St. Bernard's or Windham, you want to make sure that you leave this game healthy going into next week with the game starting on Monday.
Run by Windham's Kurzinski goes out of bounds off the foot of the Saints, and so a throw in here on the near side. Nice job, Kurzinski puts it in the middle. Far side, ball loose. Rolling into the Saint zone, but they clear. Put right back in by Lopez.
And that's what's been missing the last probably 5 minutes or so is Pacheco's dropped off a little bit in those areas, and we're missing that target player. You know, that ball that was cleared, that would be a ball that you want him to hold on to if he could get the ball to his feet. Otherwise, clearance like that just ends up becoming a Windham ball.
And that's exactly what happens there. That one rolls out at the Saints bench, and it'll be a throw in on the far side for the Whippets. Can the Saints, with 13 minutes remaining, get the equalizer? Up ahead it goes, and O'Brien comes off his line for the Saints.
Yeah, and kind of an uncharacteristic play for Windham. They typically build that ball on the ground a bit, but you try to mix it up a little bit, bend that ball across the field, trying to find an open spot.
Powers knocks it away, but now a step in for Windham. Taking it away is Soto, and back to the middle is Zamudio. Back out wide to Sanchez. And far side, Seifert will pop it out for the Saints. They're going to try to work through the middle of the field, but on the far side now.
If I'm St. Bernard's, I'm trying to find some balls across the field, trying to change the point of attack. Can you make that ball east to west, or when you're setting midfield players and you're the 6, the 8, the 10, you know, and at the same time, you know, if you're Coach Pirtle, you're thinking about maybe some kind of a system or shape change. You know, you've been sitting in that, you know, 4-4-2 most of the game. Are you going to maybe play, you know, a 3-4-3? You know, pull one of the backs forward, try to create some scoring opportunities, because once again, you got to put a goal in the back of the net here to at least get to overtime.
Marcel heading on strong. It was Brannigan, but Windham stout on the back line. The Saints stepping it up a little bit, looking for the through ball, and oh, what a big play from Wyndham's Andy Linares, because if that ball snuck through, Pacheco had it on his foot.
I think on any throw-in or any driven ball like that, you've got to throw numbers forward if you're St. Bernard's. As many guys forward as possible, looking for a mistake to capitalize on it.
Ball loose in front, and we're tied at 1. Goal Saints!
Credit to St. Bernard's, never gave up.
Ben Seifert with the tying goal. Palacios went up off the cross was put up beautifully by Pacheco. Palacios, whose hands we were praising, couldn't hold on to it. And far post for the tying goal.
Biggest goal in Ben Seifert's young career, only a sophomore. Non-starter off the bench here, big spark for the team, big time goal for Ben Seifert.
He ran away almost in disbelief, pulled his jersey over his face as if to say, I can't believe I just did that.
Seifert from Pacheco, 69-24.
Big time goal, young talented player, big future for the Saints over the next 2 years. Nice job.
Right back in the other direction, ball put on O'Brien. How big now is that ball off the post back to O'Brien, which would have made it 2-0, instead 1-1.
The old cliche case, you know, game of inches. You know, could go bounce either way, and certainly no lack of drama in this game tonight.
And you saw it really, it was the skill of Pacheco putting a very nice left-footed curling ball into the box. And Palacios had his hands on it, but he just couldn't hold on to it. It slipped through his hands, and there's that crash you've been talking about. You gotta have someone there. Shot, and a save, O'Brien! Zamudio put it on the far post, and O'Brien held on.
O'Brien's been playing some big-time soccer tonight. Good ball stoppage. Tremendous opportunity. Once again, can we crash the goal if you're Windham?
And that's the difference. St. Bernard's did, and that's how Seifert got the goal. Here comes Pacheco. Cuts it back to his right foot.
You know, but that's a scouting report on St. Bernard's. Big athletic team, hardworking team, you know, brings a lunch pail to work kind of mentality.
Numbers for Windham. Down the middle of the field. Shot low on the ground. O'Brien dives on it. Morente had a good look, but couldn't get off a really powerful shot.
You can sense the, you know, sense of urgency on both sides of the ball now, right? St. Bernard's is really going after it. Windham responding with that same kind of energy. I think we're going to see a really interesting last 8 minutes of soccer here in this second half.
The pace has definitely increased.
A lot more open space to play with now because a lot of players are just really trying to work harder and find that extra goal.
Pacheco, fancy footwork through the middle, puts it out. Brannigan trying to get there, and Palacios beats him to it.
Pacheco realizing he's garnering a lot of attention tonight, so he's trying to distribute balls to those oncoming runs. So a smart play by him because he can't do it by himself, and he's really getting his whole team involved.
I think Nolan Marcel may have just lost a tooth. He banged into the Windham player, and he immediately grabbed his mouth. Pacheco spins, lets fire with the left foot, and a leaping save by Palacios. Oh, the athleticism, full layout.
Great left-footed shot by Pacheco. Great save on the part of the Windham keeper to get to that far post.
Zamudio lets fly with the right foot in front and headed out by Powers.
This is what our viewers came to watch, what the spectators came to see today. Great 1-1 battle here with 7 minutes to play in the ECC Division II final.
And you can see there on the far sideline on the fence line, East Lyme, Stonington, lining up. They're in the next game, Division I championship, but they're getting a taste of some brilliant soccer here in the Division II championship game between the Saints and the Whippets.
A lot of back and forth soccer, goal to goal now. Some good opportunities by both sides here with now close to 6 minutes to play.
Ball on the far post, and a shot just wide. Didn't get it good, and it sailed just a little bit low and wide.
The Saints need to do a little better job on those clearances, get that ball wide. There's been a few clearing balls just top of the 18 there. You want to put that ball wide whenever possible. Any miss cleared at the top of the 18 is going to be an instant shot by the Windham Whippets.
6 minutes and 15 seconds here in the ball game. Well, maybe not in the regulation part of the game.
Then into the game for St. Bernard's number 17, Ben Howes.
Pacheco, who has been battling out there this half since he was moved up forward.
Yeah, he seemed to have found an extra gear case in the second half. You're seeing, you know, what he's been so dangerous about all season long. But I think if our viewers were to say, you know, what would be the final outcome based on the first half, you might think, you know, Windham had that advantage. It's basically the way they kind of controlled the pace of the game. But a second half couldn't be more different.
Yeah, St. Bernard's has had a pretty much consistent, actually it's been back and forth. By putting consistent pressure on Windham, St. Bernard's has also given up more chances to Windham.
Yeah, well, that's that counter-attack situation, right?
Wyndham waiting for a little sliver or a crack in that Saints defense. They keep pressing and pressing.
Yeah, the more high press you create, the more vulnerable you are in that counterattack. I think both sides are seeing that at this point in the second half.
Off the line comes O'Brien, but his defender puts it out instead. And it'll be a whippet ball back in the middle. No one home on the weak side, however. Powers pushes it out to Harris, and Harris out wide. It goes Howes. And Whippets counterattack. Zamudio. Weak side. Shot. And O'Brien. Firm. That shot was ripped by Garcia Mendez. And O'Brien was already down low. Beautiful position from the keeper.
That actually might have been his best mechanical save of the night. You know, he's a lot of good reactionary saves, but that one, a lot of crashing bodies from Windham, and that ball was held firm.
Windham pressing. Howes refuses to let go, and Windham will pop it down, and it'll be St. ball. 3 minutes and 50 seconds remaining here in a 1-1 game.
Well, this is what we signed up for, right? These finals tend to be close games, and sometimes we head to overtime, but we'll see what happens in the next 3 minutes and, 30 seconds or so of this Division II final.
Into the game for St. Bernard's number 34, Aiden Cass.
Windham, middle of the field with the ball.
And as we said before, we're going to see a lot more direct soccer. You're going to see a lot less of that ball on the ground and just kind of built through two-touch soccer. A lot more, can we put that ball in dangerous areas? Can we have guys run onto it? Can we flick on? Can we build off those things?
Whistle. Windham will have it, just cracking 3 minutes. Zamudio wants the return. Ball put in the middle. Set. One step, shot, and a save! O'Brien! And he celebrates that one with Powers. He knows that was clutch.
Yeah, I thought he might have taken that shot off that first touch to bring the ball down for a shot. He took one additional touch, got a little bit closer, and fired the ball just over the reaching hands of the goalkeeper there. Great opportunity for Windham.
Corner kick for the Whippets. High, far post, no one home for Windham. Windham refuses to go away. Shot blocked.
Dangerous first touch by St. Bernard's there in the box. Get that ball out.
That'll be a throw-in for the Whippets.
2 minutes to play. We can't play too super creative out of that back here. One mistake could cost you the game.
Zamudia put it in front. The Saints trying to clear. Windham not allowing it. The Saints battling just to try to get it clear. Murphy finally gives the Saints a little bit of breathing room. 1:35 remaining here in regulation. 1-1 tie. Throw in Whippets. Whistle. And we're going to get Windham ball as we're approaching 1 minute remaining in regulation.
And at this point, you're going to see a lot of conservative soccer in this back end, realizing there's probably not a great chance to pop one in. But at the same time, if you are attacking, throwing numbers forward.
1 minute remaining. 1 minute.
And once again, a lot of big bodies for St. Bernard's here. I'm looking at this man in the middle here, maybe a short ball. Draw those guys out, then create from there rather than putting the ball amongst those trees.
Ball in, feet moving, nothing happening. Saints clear. Zamudio back in for Windham. In front. Saints just doing everything they can to clear. Handball against Windham, and that should be enough breathing room for the Saints. They should take their time here and let this thing run out.
Unless you have a guy who can knock a ball about 70 yards. Let's be smart about it.
5 seconds remaining. And that's going to get us to the end of regulation. 1-1 your score. We're at the end of regulation. That means it's time for overtime. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
You buy better. Better first. Much better. So much better first. The right insurance at the right price. You buy better first. You buy better first. You buy better.
The Burns Agency can feel it, and we know you feel it too. Fall is here. Crisp air, falling leaves, pumpkin everything, and football. So much football. With a new season upon us, it's a great opportunity to take a quick time out and make sure your insurance program is in order. The Burns Agency is here to help you play by play. Strong coverage, dependable service, and touchdown savings. Give us a call or visit us online. The Burns Agency, proudly serving Eastern Connecticut since 1932.
After the game, we're going to find us on social media at Game Day CT for our interview with the Foxwoods player of the game. Summer isn't over at Foxwoods. Summer's never over at Foxwoods. For more details about all the entertainment you can find at Foxwoods, go to foxwoods.com. Foxwoods Resort Casino, the wonder of it all.
Game Day opens the high school basketball season back at the Mohegan Sun with the second annual Day Holiday Classic. We'll bring you 3 games on Monday, December 19th. First, a rematch of last year's Division I championship game between East Catholic and Notre Dame of West Haven. Next, a rematch of last year's Division III semifinal as St. Bernard takes on Daniel Hand. And finally, ECC rivals New London and NFA see if they can top last season's buzzer-beating drama. It's the Day Holiday Classic, Monday, December 19th at Mohegan Sun Arena, and streaming live on Game Day. You can purchase a digital download of tonight's game or any of our live broadcasts at Vimeo On Demand. For details, head to vimeo.com/ondemand/GameDayCT.
If you like overtime, you're smiling now. Game Day brought to you by Waterford Dental Health, where all good things begin with a smile. Your smile is their top priority. Visit waterforddentalhealth.com for more information. And we're smiling here, Casey O'Neill and Colin Delaney, because we got overtime. I'm not going to tell you at what time, but I was promised a golden goal here in this very first overtime period.
Lively crowd. I mean, we saw, kind of a subdued crowd to start the game in the first half, and it kind of built over the course of the game. After that first goal, after that second goal, here we are in overtime. You have people on their feet here at Ledyard High School watching a great Division II boys soccer final.
For those of you wondering what the overtime format is, we'll let you know here in a moment as O'Brien corrals it for the Saints. It is 2 10-minute overtime periods, but we don't call it sudden death. That is far too aggressive. We call it the golden goal. So the golden goal exists here. First team to score captures the game via the golden goal. But they'll play 10 minutes. If no one scores, they'll play another 10 minutes, and then things get even more interesting. But we'll see if we get that far. Fatigue setting in, both teams turning up the intensity, trying to get that golden goal and win the Division II ECC Boys Soccer Championships.
Yeah, and golden goal puts a lot more urgency on it. Whereas the state tournament, they play 2 10s, played out more of that silver goal. And so in this situation, it really puts a lot more pressure on the teams to play, really calculated soccer, because you can't score and try to get one back. You score and you win. Pretty straightforward stuff here to avoid, the penalty kick round at the end.
To put it in playground perspective from when you were kids, hey guys, next goal wins.
As the street lights go out.
I always liked that when you were down like 21-6, and you'd go, all right guys, next goal wins. If the team was 6, always was. No. 8 minutes and counting here as we're in our first of the 10-minute overtime period. The Saints in the white uniforms pushing the tempo. Windham in the blue and maroon heads to the middle of the field, and Murphy, first one there for the Saints. He turns, loses the ball, however, but Saints with more numbers. Windham not with a lot of offensive players in the pattern right now.
Yeah, I think if you're Coach Purtle, you're pretty happy going into this overtime right now. You're coming off of some pretty good momentum after that second goal, and you're just seeing the way your boys are playing. A lot of good body language, a lot of good energy. You're playing with a lot of adrenaline at this point. So we'll see if that carries over into the overtime periods.
Well, this is where fatigue, I think, does set in as well. You play in that extra time, that little mistake, trying to get to a ball, being one step slow. Do you hesitate? Do you try to not go after? Do you play more passive? These are all things where fatigue starts setting in and altering how you approach.
No, 100%. And that enters into the picture too in the equation. If you do get to those penalty grounds, lactic acid's building up in the legs, heavy legs. Can you put that ball away?
Right now, all the teams, you can see the fatigue. Cramping becomes an issue. You see players starting to limp and grab. Through ball, Krasinski can't get there. Cleared out. Throw in for Windham.
Incredibly taxing sport. I mean, some of these midfielders are running, 3, 4, 5, 6 miles in the course of a game. A lot of energy spent in the course of a 80 or 90-minute game.
Zamudio losing out on the head ball, going out wide. Howes will clear for the Saints.
And not a lot of subs, really. We didn't see a ton of subs throughout the game. We saw some kind of calculated subs on the part of Coach Konopka and Coach Purtle, but really not a ton of subs on both sides.
St. Bernard seems to be more comfortable sitting back again a little bit in their defensive numbers.
And remember, Windham didn't have, a clean goal. They had a goal that was created through an own goal and on a great ball in the box, create some pressure. St. Bernard's has the one goal from Ben Seifert, kind of that super sub tonight. But certainly this could go either way as we finish this game here at Ledyard.
Murphy with a great job of keeping that through ball from being on goal. Yeah, we saw Windham with 4 spot on, perfect shots on goal. O'Brien with 2 brilliant saves, a ball that went off the post and came back to him, and then another one where he made the save and was able to recover before it slipped past him. And on the other side of things, we saw Palacios with as athletic a save as we've seen. Full extension, 6 feet in the air. Beautifully done.
Yeah, and a great blast that far post by Pacheco. So really great shot, great save there. So we've seen a lot of good soccer tonight for sure.
In front, far post, shot, and just wide.
You know, in great soccer on 2 very kind of contrasting styles of soccer. You know, you get a very more possession-based, methodical style with Windham, and a very athletic kind of, counterattack style at the St. Bernard Saints.
Will the athleticism transition into endurance? Will the methodical outlast the Saints' attack?
Already 6 minutes into this first overtime. Time seems to tick a little bit faster in these overtime periods, seems to go a little quicker. You know, the urgency kind of builds. People are kind of clock watching. A lot more direct brain of soccer happening here in the winning moments of the first overtime.
Powers will have the throw on the far sideline. Wenzel checking in.
And what's interesting with this overtime period is the crowd is doubled, right? So we have the crowd from the St. Bernard's Windham game, and now you got the Stonington and East Lyme contingent, kind of surrounding the field here. So it creates even a more special environment for these athletes.
Whippets trying to control the midfield, but the Saints have been tightening up a little bit through the midfield. Here comes Windham. Morente. Down the corner it goes, stopping on a dime, but the Saints there. As Harris pushes it out, Windham will reset, try to put it back in. Far side run, center, and there's a beautiful head ball by Murphy. Ball right back in on the far post and rolling wide and out of bounds it goes. It'll be a goal kick for the Saints.
Yeah, you're seeing the Whippets put a lot more emphasis on putting balls in those dangerous spots right away. They're not looking for that, that 2-touch ball and that possession-style ball. How fast can they put balls in dangerous spots and just kind of build upon that and put balls in the frame. So you're seeing a little bit more of that urgency in this first overtime out of Windham.
Working it is Wenzel, but nothing there. No one through, and that ball was kind of nowhere. And the Whippets come on the other direction.
Yeah, one thing I mentioned earlier, the Saints really got to try to find a ball to feet, on that counterattack. Can you find the feet of a Pacheco or one of the other Saints on the attack here and build off of him going forward?
Step through, there's a chance, in front, shot, and a save, O'Brien! Morente had a chance for the Whippets.
Unlucky, as they say. If that ball is probably anywhere else, 2 feet left, 2 feet right, that's probably in the back of the net. Right at keeper, O'Brien there. Nice job on his save there to keep that ball at the back of the net.
Minute 45 remaining here in the first overtime.
The St. Bernard's just swarming the ball. You can just see, expending all the energy they can to keep that ball on this side of the half. Nice number step forward here.
The Saints aren't going to be able to get there. Palacios is there first.
And you see Windham really stretching 3 people in the attack here. They're really not leaving much beyond this half line, playing that true 4-3-3. Only 1 holding midfielder, 2 attacking midfielders. So really it's 5 guys in the attack at all times.
Minute 10 remaining. Will the Saints mount one last offensive here in this overtime? Murphy collides with Krasinski, and it's going to be a St. Bernard kick, but Murphy is shaken up.
Yeah, I kind of caught one right in the mouth of the face there. Might have caught one in the tooth of the nose.
So they're going to attend to Murphy, give him a quick look. I think might see a sub for the Saints. They're talking it over with him. That was a collision around the face, but he's saying he's okay.
Yeah, it's kind of at the official discretion at that point whenever the head is involved to see where he's at. I think he might have just caught one maybe by his chin or his mouth. Seems to be okay.
Sawchuk, high ball into the middle of the field. No one there for the Saints.
Good delivery on the restart, just couldn't quite get to it.
A flick from Harris, but no one on the weak side, and Palacios will grab it.
And I don't mind the flick there, but we're kind of standing where St. Bernard's there. If you're going to flick that ball on, those guys need to run onto that ball to get an opportunity. Otherwise, you're flicking it onto the goalkeeper. That's kind of what's been lacking sometimes, those big balls in. You know, how are we building off of it? Can we try to overlap and build off of that? Or are we playing it in and dropping it off again? So I think a little disconnected on those big balls in, but certainly they've done enough tonight to keep this thing knotted at 1 at the end of the first overtime.
We are at the end of overtime 1, and it is tied at 1. The Saints and the Whippets. We're going to go to overtime 2. You're watching Game Day Live on theday.com.
You buy better. Better first. Much better. So much better first. The right insurance at the right price. You buy better first. You buy better first. You buy better.
The Burns Agency can feel it, and we know you feel it too. Fall is here. Crisp air, falling leaves, pumpkin everything, and football. So much football. With a new season upon us, it's a great opportunity to take a quick time out and make sure your insurance program is in order. The Burns Agency is here to help you play by play. Strong coverage, dependable service, and touchdown savings.
We are now in our second overtime here in the Division II ECC Boys Soccer Championships. Windham and St. Bernard's tied at 1. This second 10-minute overtime period, of course, has the golden goal. Anyone scores, you win. However, if at the end of this period there is still a 1-1 tie, we will go to penalty kicks. And that's when it gets really exciting. But right now, if someone scores, they win the Division II championship in this 1-1 tie.
I don't know, Case. I've been pretty excited this whole second half here. It's been great soccer the second half, and then, of course, these 2 overtime periods. So I'm hoping we continue to see some good soccer here. Obviously, PKs are always exciting, but I don't think any coach wants to necessarily leave it to PKs because sometimes it's not necessarily a direct correlation to how the game went.
Both keepers have made exceptional saves here in the second half and in overtime. Can they both continue their solid play? One mistake, and the game is over.
I mean, big credit to the defense on the side of the St. Bernard's team. I mean, they've been peppered for most of the game with some pretty consistent attack from Windham. They did a great job of keeping things safe, with, once again, no direct goal coming from a Windham player.
Yeah, an own goal, inadvertent foot from a Saint defender as the only goal for Windham, and the Saints did score on a Ben Seifert putback of a Pacheco shot. Marlon Perez Sanchez transitions it to Krasinski. Now it goes Zamudio deflected, and that'll be a goal kick for the Saints.
Dangerous spot to leave that man open. He's all by himself, top of the 18. If that ball's got some pace on it on the frame, it's probably going to give a good chance for Windham to get in the board here. But, it's a situation where you got to be smart. You got 8 guys behind the ball. We got to match up with those attacking players.
Of course, after this game and after the presentation of awards, we will have our Division I championship game. Those teams are here, and they're itching to get on the field. East Lyme and Stonington are itching to be on the field for their Division I championship. We'll have that live for you after the conclusion of this Division II championship game.
And of course, they'll have their time to warm up and kind of get their team ready for the game. By no means are we going to start at the same exact time that they would without this overtime period. So I'm sure Coach Christensen and Coach Costa are getting these boys ready mentally for the upcoming game.
We have a injured player on the field, and they're letting the players go off. So that while they attend to him, we're going to take this timeout, sponsored by the Burns Agency.
You buy better. Better first. Much better. So much better first. The right insurance at the right price. You buy better first. You buy better first. You buy better.
The Burns Agency Agency can feel it, and we know you feel it too. Fall is here. Crisp air, falling leaves, pumpkin everything, and football. So much football. With a new season upon us, it's a great opportunity to take a quick time out and make sure your insurance program is in order. The Burns Agency is here to help you play by play. Strong coverage, dependable service, and touchdown savings. Give us a call or visit us online. The Burns Agency, proudly serving Eastern Connecticut since 1932.
Goal kick for the Saints. 1-1 tie, 7:25 remaining in overtime, period number 2.
We played 90 minutes of soccer so far here, so you can begin to see some of that fatigue set in, I think, on the part of Windham and the Saints. Comes down to a little bit of fitness, a little bit of luck at this point in the game.
Right now, Windham looking a little bit fatigued, and they should be. 90 minutes of soccer. And when I say a little fatigued, the crispness in the passing is not quite there. Zamudio stops, turns, and loses it to Powers. They can't clear. Back in the middle it goes. Shot ripped, and O'Brien on his line for the save for the Saints. On the other side of things, it really looks like the Saints have taken their foot off the gas a little bit. When they got down 1-0, they definitely turned it up, got the tying goal, and then we're on the attack a little bit more. It seems like they've kind of taken their foot off the pedal.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, they still seem to have that athletic energy, but you don't see that presence on the attack they did in the first, part of that second half in the first overtime.
And part of that is number 14, Jose Pacheco, not on the field right now, and that's, when he's not, their offense just looks different. It changes their approach.
Yeah, no, they look to him for a lot of things. Possession, for attack, building, counterattack. I mean, he is the engine that runs this team.
I'm going to guess he's going to get back in with about 5 minutes left for that last push of overtime, too.
Yeah, it's a combination getting rested for that last 5, and also if this does go to penalty kicks, you want to make sure he's ready to go for that as well. Heavy legs sometimes causes balls to tend to sail a little bit in those penalty rounds.
St. Bernard's will have the throw on the near side. Subs coming in now for St. Bernard's.
Entering the game for St. Bernard's, number 19, Nikita Shovkamut.
Shovkamut in for the Saints.
I think without Jose right now, I'd go to PKs and be
High ball, no one home though. Bounces over the head of the Saints defender, Brittner, but O'Brien waiting.
Well, I think if you're Windham, you've seen a number of drop balls. I mean, great job by O'Brien, the goaltender, but a number of drop balls, which has created some second chance opportunities. Why not put some big driven balls in there and just crash the goal? You never know what's going to happen at this point in the game, and it's worth it when you've been possessing the ball so well in this half of the field, really for most of the 2 overtimes.
5 minutes remaining in overtime number 2. Windham pushing forward, again applying some pressure. The Saint defense content to clear. Less of a transition and more of a just defensive-minded clearing right now from the Saints defense. And there is the other possibility that Pacheco may not check back into this ballgame.
Yeah, you don't need to be on the field by rule to take a penalty kick. You just need to be on the roster. So you can have a guy who hasn't played a minute of the game to pop in and take a penalty kick. But certainly, he's done a big part of this game to get them where they are.
Interesting strategy, Todd. Let's see how it works out for him. A little dance on the side by Marlon Perez Sanchez, but he is denied, but he'll have the throw in. 4 minutes remaining.
Well, and same thing goes for goalkeepers. Sometimes you have goalkeeper specialists that do a really good job at saving penalties. That's kind of their job. I see the likes of like a Matt Sandrellotti, former Farmington star, went to play at UConn. He was their PK specialist. So anytime they had PK rounds, didn't play a minute of the game, he'd be the guy. So I think that happens as well sometimes. I think back to Montville, we had a couple keepers that were kind of more adept at that. So I think you have to have that in your back pocket occasionally as well. Big athletic keeper that might just be a great shot stopper, but maybe not a great distributor or a great overall soccer player. Sometimes just has a knack for it.
Yeah, maybe doesn't make great decisions. Zamudio, left foot sails wide. Now I can see that. Over the course of the game, a keeper that's maybe not great at decision making, when to come off the line, but you put him in the goal and say, all you got to do is stop this guy from right here, where it's a little more instinctual and maybe athletic side to side. I could absolutely see that. But over the course of the game, they don't get beat by a lack of athleticism or a lack of skill. They get beat by an inability to read shots, angles, things like that occur over the course of the game.
Well, there's a soccer IQ piece to it right during the course of the game, right?
Yep.
You know, where to be on your line, the field vision, and all those pieces. But once again, if you get a big athletic player that just, hey, you stop ball, sometimes that's all you need.
Of course, when I think of, penalty kick specialists, I think of Hatch from the great movie Victory, played by Sylvester Stallone. Clearly a PK specialist if I've ever seen one. They had to specially film that to make Stallone look like he was athletic enough to lay out for a soccer ball.
Well, I think back to like a Buddy Dwayne, big-time football and soccer player. Played soccer senior year. I mean, the guy had, bare paws for hands,
yes.
Probably 6'2", 6'3", and could just get to anything. And he ended up being an all-conference goalkeeper his senior year.
He was
just
an
a
athlete.
Pure athlete.
Oh, man, was he a good athlete.
I mean, he would have been a great athlete as a ping pong player.
100%. I was thinking the same thing. Water polo, and he would have been great. Under 2 minutes remaining here. If no one scores in the next 2 minutes, we've got ourselves overtime. Palacios got there first.
Yeah, that's that fatigue right there. Maybe 20 minutes ago, they maybe get to that ball. You can definitely see the fatigue.
In the other direction, Morente put it forward, but no one was home.
Kind of seeing the body language. They're almost resigned to the fact that this is going to penalties. You see a lot of just people just getting through the next minute and a half here, preserving the tie at least.
I will say we have seen a lot of things in game day's coverage of boys soccer and girls soccer. We have not seen penalty kicks.
Seen our fair share of overtimes between both.
In front, one step, shot, and the goal! The winner! Garcia Mendez wins it for the Whippets with 1:07 remaining, and the Whippet celebration has begun. A dog pile for the champions of Division II.
Big time goal, minute to go. Buries it. And I think for a second there, some of the St. Bernard Saints didn't realize it was golden goal. They bring the ball back to the half field, getting ready to restart. But big time game winner here. Golden goal, ECC Division II boys soccer final.
Abomel Garcia Mendez, the junior, with the golden goal. 1:07 remaining. The Saints were so close to PKs, but the Whippets finish off the #1 seed and an ECC championship. We will keep it here for post-game celebrations, and then we will send it away, and we'll be back for the start of the Division I championship game, but we will be here for the post-game celebrations. And then, of course, join us and find us later on social media at Game Day CT for our interview with the Foxwoods player of the game, as well as Coach Zach Konopka. All right, Foxwoods player of the game will be coming up. So keep it here for the post-game celebration and the presentation of awards, and then find us for the Division I game upcoming.
Fans, at this time, I'd like to direct your attention to center field, where ECC Soccer Chairman Joe Pishka is going to present today's Most Outstanding Player Award. The winner of the MOP goes to Windham's #7, Abomel Garcia Mendez. And now presenting the ECC Championship Trophy to Windham head coach Zach Konopka, your Division II ECC champions, the Windham Whippets.
The following is a presentation of The Day.
It's time for the Division I Boys Soccer Championship in the ECC. The number 1 East Lyme Vikings and the number 3 Stonington Bears. And it's all live on Game Day. Game Day is brought to you by Waterford Dental Health. All that's good begins with a smile. When you visit our office, your smile is our top priority. Our entire team is dedicated to providing you the personalized dental care you deserve. So contact us today at waterforddentalhealth.com for more information. And of course, after the game, we're going to want you to find us on social media at Game Day CT for our Foxwoods Player of the Game, an interview with the head coach. At the center of it all, Foxwoods Resort and Casino. The upcoming events include the Beach Boys, featuring the Holiday Vibrations Orchestra on November 26th. Tickets on sale now, so for more details, visit foxwoods.com/entertainment, only at Foxwoods Resort Casino, the wonder of it all. Casey O'Neill, along with Colin Delaney, and this is Game 2 of our championship doubleheader, and it's going to be hard-pressed to top the opener. The Windham Whippets with a 2-1 overtime victory with a minute remaining in the second overtime. Tonight, a tale of many different interests, Colin. We've got a first-year head coach up against a 34th-year head coach, defending state champion against a perennial soccer powerhouse. Two teams, both 11-3-3. It's a lot of stuff here to unpack in the championship game of the Division I.
Yeah, and if the first game is any indication of what the night has in store for us, I think we're in store for a great second game as well. You know, two teams with identical records, 0-0 in their matchup against each other, during the season here. Both teams trading shots, balls off the post. So certainly we're looking forward to a great ECC Division I matchup between East Lyme and Stonington Bears. Last year, these Stonington Bears were your ECC champions. They went on to not only win the state championship, but earn Team of the Year honors in the world of state soccer. Coming back this year, there were a lot of questions about just how good they would be. We knew they're Stonington, they're a program, right, not a team, so we knew they'd be good. But when you graduate a Will Sowen and a Sam Montalto and a Billy DeCastro, how do you rebound? Well, the answer is you go 11-3-3 and you beat Bacon Academy in an epic battle in the semifinals, and here they are once again in the championship against a Viking team, which I think kind of gone under the radar at 11-3-3. Hard that the number 1 team doesn't get a lot of notice, but really over the course of the year, the talk was mostly Stonington and Bacon Academy, rightly so, and this Viking team just kept plugging along. Absolutely, and speaking with Coach Christensen prior to the game, he said what he's most proud of this team so far this season is how they've improved it on a day-to-day basis. Struggling to score goals early, and then as the season progressed, really starting to put balls in the back of the net, and probably playing their best soccer they are right now of the season.
So, I'd be remiss. I've introduced you as the coach, Colin Delaney. I've introduced you as the expert, Colin Delaney. I can start introducing you as Hall of Famer, Colin Delaney, as well. You mentioned Coach Christensen, but you had a bit of an honor bestowed on you. And before we get really deep into this game, congratulations on your Hall of Fame induction.
I appreciate it. I guess when you spend enough time around the game, those kind of things happen. I think I've been blessed to have, wonderful coaches around me and great players, and I think that's more of a credit to them than anything else.
Now, spoken like a true Hall of Famer that you are, so now we've upped the ante. Now I've got a Hall of Famer sitting next to me, so I got to, credit you for the amount of soccer you've taught me. You really have. We've really come a long way, and these two teams are not unfamiliar to us. We've broadcast a lot of games, and it feels like Stonington and East Lyme have been in so many of them. Talk a little bit about what you expect to see from each of these teams tonight.
Well, I think you said it earlier, we have two perennial programs, right? These are not teams that are not, unfamiliar to this kind of spotlight. Two great teams that don't rebuild, they reload. And, despite losing some great players last year from Stonington's standpoint, they're right back at it this year and one of the top teams in the conference and probably across the state. So certainly Stonington's going to be ready to go. And, of course, East Lyme, the same deal. I mean, year after year, they always produce great teams. That's a credit to Coach Christensen and of course, all these great players. But certainly I expect it to be a great game today. Like I said before, 0-0 in their first matchup during the season, their only matchup of the season. And talking to Coach Costa and Coach Christensen prior to the game, they both had remarked that incredible game the first time around, trading a lot of shots off the post and really hoping for the great game tonight.
Two of the premier keepers in the league, of course. On one side, you've got a state champion in Brandon Tavares, who's also the reigning ECC Golf Player of the Year. He was the Player of the Year in golf and he still is rocking the Magnum PI mustache. And on the other side, some people believe the best keeper in the league, Connor Piper, who has really anchored East Lyme now. So this, not surprising, 0-0 with two keepers who are veteran, seniors, and both who have accomplished a lot at the high school level.
Yeah, two great keepers. I think, Tavares obviously getting his due because he's a great keeper in his own right, but also from the success of their team over the years, with the state championships. I think Connor Piper has kind of quietly become the best keeper in the league. Most coaches in the league seem to think that he is by far the better keeper, in this league this year, but certainly two great keepers, two great teams going at it today in a great matchup here, some beautiful weather here at Ledyard High School.
And interesting, we talked about Stonington having to replace a lot of goals last year, and of course, arguably the most iconic player in the history of a great Stonington program, Sam Montalto, and they've replaced him, so to speak, with a freshman, Sal Alessio, the leading scorer for Stonington as a freshman. So almost like, the true torch was passed from Montalto, who we saw as a freshman, and we knew immediately as a freshman that Montalto was going to be a player to watch. Well, now Alessio as a freshman coming in, and this Stonington team, though it has veterans, does have some young players. As you look around, there are the seniors anchoring the starting lineup, but some freshmen and sophomores sprinkled in. So Stonington is, we would think is in a transition. This is their maybe last year of that run of kids who played together and won a state championship, won multiple championships actually, and now they're going to start the transition. This East Lyme team has been good now for so many years. They've never quite gotten to the level that Stonington has, but they've been, one of the ECC elites now for a decade.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think the culture that's been created in Stonington and East Lyme over the years is a credit to that. And I think, when you win ECC and state championships and divisional championships and things like that, kids, that's the bar. And kids will always, rise to that challenge each year. And I think you're seeing that this year from both East Lyme and Stonington. And I think they'll be good for years to come. I think you have two quality teams that I wouldn't be surprised if we see them again, next year or even beyond.
East Lyme has been keeping the majority of the attack centered on their, in the Stonington defensive side rather, but neither team has really approached anything. Piper has not even had a ball in his vicinity. Looking at the roster, particularly on the East Lyme side, I see a lot of kids that play other sports too. You've got some outstanding baseball players, names like Biggs and O'Brien and Montejano. You've also got kids who are basketball players in Asso and O'Brien, and so multiple sport guys. And the same thing over on the Bears side of things. A youngster Jace Wolfrat is a phenomenal baseball player as well. I mean, I love seeing the kids that play multiple sports. Soccer sometimes can be thought of as a early specialization sport, but these two teams show how multiple sports can still exist and still have outstanding soccer.
Yeah, I mean, being a quote-unquote soccer guy myself, I can't impress enough that multi-sport athletes are the way we should be going. It's better for the body. It reduces potential for wear and tear in the body and injury prevention, and I think it exposes kids to different aspects of sports. And a kid like Gavin O'Brien kind of stands out to me. He might be the best athlete in the field tonight, from a soccer to basketball to baseball. And baseball probably being one of his better sports of the three, but certainly probably one of the more premier athletes in the conference this year.
Yes, Gavin O'Brien has a chance to be an all-star in 3 sports this year and a player of the year candidate in 2, a remarkable athlete. Ball on the far post, and it's loose. That's a dangerous spot for Stonington, but they clear. And you see Alessio hanging out. Talk a little bit about what shapes you see from these two teams here in the early going.
Yeah, so I think in general you're going to see, probably more of a 4-3-3 out of East Lyme. That's kind of what they've run for most of the season this year, and probably won't change too much in this game unless they need to, depending on the score. Whereas Stonington kind of runs a 4-1-4-1 in general, So similar shape, you're going to get numbers 4 here, but that shape will change and bend depending on how the game goes. Both Coach Costa and Coach Christensen certainly are not new to this. Despite Mario being his first year as coach, he's been around the game a long time. Great player in his own right, great coach. So certainly I think we'll see a good matchup from both a tactic standpoint and also, matchup on the field itself.
Keeper will have a goal kick here. That's Piper for East Lyme. And East Lyme, had a tough battle in their semifinal with NFA, but I think a lot of folks felt that the drop-off from the 3 to 4 was significant enough that 1 seed really mattered because the semifinal of Bacon Academy and Stonington was the one that everyone was trying to avoid. East Lyme, by getting the 1, got NFA, and though NFA was very capable and gave them a great game, that Bacon-Stonington game was the matchup in the semifinals that a lot of people were looking to. If you look at the all-stars before the game, littered with Bacon Academy players, and they're not here in the final. A disappointment for them, but ironically, they get a 4th crack at Stonington in the second round of the state tournament. So those 2 teams have played 3 times, and that'll be the 3rd time in essentially 10 days that they've played.
Yeah, they say it's tough to beat a team 3 times in a season. How about 4 times? So to have 4 matchups in the course of the season between 2 really quality sides is impressive. And sometimes you hate to see that happen as a coach because I think the unfamiliarity of teams in the state tournament is important. At the same time, I think it's a problem that they both earned.
Yeah, and then those 2 teams are going to be teams that are looking to make deep runs. And I know neither of them is happy to see the other in the second round, knowing how capable the other teams are. It's funny how teams seem to find each other, especially from the same conference. I was talking with the Montville players, and they drew Plainfield in the first round, a team that they've played. So, but if they get by them, they might be going to Litchfield, which is funny because they asked where that was. And this is a great time of year. I love when the state tournament comes and teams get to travel all over the state to places that many of them have never been before.
Yeah, they need to bring their passport for that trip.
Litchfield, lovely this time of year, since the foliage is still popping. Here we are in the early going of the Division I championship game between East Lyme and Stonington. The 2 teams sort of feeling themselves out right now. You can see that 0-0 score from the early part of the season. Why it existed. Far post on the corner, ball in front, and Stonington clears. Alessio is going to run and try to get there first, but East Lyme keeps it in. Flick, weak side, just ripping it wide. Vikings with their first real chance. Tavares was on the far side, and that ball on the weak side came off the foot of Blake Biggs, and Biggs, as you can see, just wish he had that one back.
Yeah, great right-footed strike, just missed the near post there, kind of cringing as he knows it goes wide there, but, good opportunity, good first girl opportunity for East Lyme.
If the name Biggs sounds familiar, well, his father, Jack Biggs, is obviously the baseball head coach, but also the head coach of the volleyball team. Volleyball Friday night. Live on game day from New London High School, the East Lyme girls volleyball team hoping that they get a crack at a volleyball championship, and they want Griswold because Griswold is the class of the ECC and a powerhouse in the state this year as well. Stonington puts it onto Alessio, and that ball is going to be a little too strong. It'll be a corner kick for East Lyme. Excuse me, a goal kick for East Lyme.
Yeah, pretty much back and forth right now.
So in the spirit of breaking news, timely breaking news, Peter Wappy on the spot. Peter.
So ECC Division I volleyball semifinal score for you. Griswold falls in 5 sets to Fitch.
That is incredible. We saw Fitch at the Volleyball Invitational at Mohegan Sun, a fine team. Congratulations, Falcons, on a huge upset. My good friend Miranda Cahill said to me, watch the Falcons as we head down the stretch. And wow, what an upset over Griswold. The powerhouse of the ECC all year. Dangerous ball in the middle. Stonington gets a head on it, and they will clear as Dahl just bangs it out of bounds for an East Lyme throw.
Yeah, so far in the early goings, I give a little bit of edge to East Lyme here. They've had some more attacking opportunities, putting the ball in more dangerous spots here. Some big dangerous diagonal balls across the box, and one big time shot from Blake earlier. But Stonington has their counterattacks in store here.
Peter, do you have any other scores in the world of volleyball?
So there are only a couple of local teams who we have never covered live on game day, and we are going to get a chance to see Wheeler in the Division II volleyball final, winners over Windham.
So I would be remiss Somewhere out there, the sports doctor roams the streets aimlessly. Wheeler graduate, proud Wheeler graduate. The Lions in the ECC finals, and I will somehow have to make sure he gets a bit of love that night. I know he'd be very happy that his Wheeler Lions in the finals.
Entering the game for Stonington.
I am just blown away that Griswold was upset by Fitch. I'm very happy for Fitch. Great group of kids, but what an upset that is. So East Lyme will be looking for a final, and that would be a rematch of what we had in the volleyball invitational. Bodying on the near side, Alessio loses it, and East Lyme gets it out onto the feet of Stoddard, and now it's put back in. Now on the run, and offsides called as Turner got just on the other side of Sagan.
Nice job by Connor Piper coming off his line there, recognizing that potential through ball here coming off his line to potentially cut off that angle. Very two similar styles of soccer so far, possession-based style of soccer, moving the ball pretty well across the field, and of course mixing in the occasional diagonal ball.
Peter Wappy, I have $1 that says I inadvertently call Tristan Sagan Tyler Sagan at some point in tonight's game. Please elbow me if that happens. Of course, my hockey brain sometimes will trick me. I like what I'm seeing out of East Lyme right now. It feels like they're putting balls into very good spots. And Stonington, is doing a nice job. But, these balls are a tricky bounce away from being in a scoring position for the Vikings. Long throw.
AJ, yeah.
Montejano in front. Asso had a chance. Now instead, it's Cambridge, and Stonington does a nice job defensively, takes it away and gets rid of it, but we're going to have a whistle. Very, very physical, by the way. You can see that these two teams play a much different brand of soccer than what we saw in the first game from a physical standpoint. These guys are bigger and definitely more physical. Banging has already begun occurring.
Yeah, it's becoming occurring, but I think they both have respect for each other, and they know that's how the game is played. Soccer is a very physical sport if it's played the right way, and of course if you do it the right way without fouls, it can be really a beautiful game. So I think you're seeing two quality sides that have a lot of respect for each other, and they know that it's going to be a battle all night long.
Well, I agree with you completely. You haven't seen whistles, you haven't seen any unsportsmanlikes or anything like that. It's just two teams, banging each other with the body and the, up in the air for 50-50 balls, and that's how you want to see it. Fighting for position, like boxing out in basketball to get themselves in possession of the ball, and East Lyme will have possession here off a whistle. Sagan will have the kick for the Vikings. Sagan plays it on the ground to his co-defender, and they'll work the middle of the field, but Stonington with numbers settles back nicely.
Much like Windham, you're seeing East Lyme getting its outside backs forward at times, try to create those opportunities with additional players. You're seeing that kind of, a very similar style that we saw in that first half of the first game, with Windham. Good possession, good movement, really incorporating all the people on the field.
In some ways, this game has similarities to the game we had open, in that it felt like Windham was, kind of controlling the possession in the early going, and I feel like East Lyme is in that position right now, and there hasn't really been any threat on Piper, but no real scoring opportunities, just kind of touches. That's where I feel like we are right now, as we're halfway through the first half with no score. Wolfrad loses that one out of bounds, and East Lyme quickly on the attack in the other direction.
Yeah, for as good as Connor Piper and Brandon Tavares are, any coach will say, I'd rather not you guys broadcast their name too much tonight. We don't want their name to be in the paper, so to speak. If we can keep the ball out of their hands, then we're doing a good job defensively. But at the same time, with as good as those two young men are, you feel pretty comfortable if they get put under pressure.
Taking it away, Alessio down the side to the end line, keeps control. Nicely done by the freshman. Little chip in, and Piper right there as Dahl put it on net, but really no one home.
Yeah, Alessio certainly, not playing according to his age, right? He's a player that certainly, has the pedigree and has shown that this year. I mean, 16 goals in the season as a freshman is quite impressive, and it's obviously a testament to the players around him to build that attack, to give him those opportunities, but certainly to find the net that many times and kind of play the way he's playing as a freshman is rather impressive.
The transition of, goal scorers from Montalto to Alessio, let's see, if he can have a career. Beautiful job, Tavares off this line, punches it away.
Outstanding ball from Montejano from the outside here to the far post, bending in swinger, and a great save by Tavares.
East Lyme a little careless with the ball that time, so Stonington will have a throw. Stonington has not had nearly the possession that East Lyme has had. East Lyme, I think, they have to be pleased with where they are from that standpoint. And with a keeper as good as Connor Piper, keep up the pressure. Keep getting balls into the Stonington offense, into the end for Stonington and make them make plays.
Yeah, and it's not really a matter of experience. You have, 7 starters for East Lyme as seniors and 6 for Stonington. So you have a, good deal of experienced players in the field. But right now, East Lyme just seems to have their rhythm and their chemistry flowing right now. And that's one thing as a coach I've always said, let's get our rhythm right away. Let's connect passes from the start. Let's build the attack. Let's not try to do too much and just kind of get that rhythm and that chemistry flowing. And certainly I think East Lyme has done a little better job at the initial stage of the game. But certainly Stonington is a team that can rebound and begin to ping the ball around as well. A lot of soccer left.
Long ball, head of the pack, and we're going to get a whistle. And that was where Dahl just kind of steamrolled his way.
Yeah, it was that physical play, but credit to him checking on, Montejano as he goes back, certainly not an aggressive, dirty play, but 2 physical players going at it, and Montejano finds the turf, and clearly a foul.
20 minutes and a half remaining here in the first half. Scoreless in the Division I Boys Championship game here in ECC soccer.
Scoreless seems to be the trend.
Well, I think soccer with teams like this, I think you're going to see them feel, this is going to go on for a little while, but I do not think this is a 2-1 game. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I think, in these situations, 2 good pedigree, type teams, type programs, they're kind of feeling each other out. They've only played each other once, and once again, no goals. So it's certainly a situation where they need to kind of just feel each other out. And in these big games, I think there's a little bit of some butterflies, which we often see in the early rounds, early minutes of the game.
Wow, Stoddard just used his body really nicely there. That ball sneaks through, but Tavares is there.
Yeah, Robbie certainly could be a force to be reckoned with. Big body, good physical player. Knows where to be in the field for sure.
Biggs puts it on. Here's a run for East Lyme. Cambridge on the far side. Nice move with his left now. He'll transition back through the midfield, but a little heavy, and Alessio steps in for Stonington. Wolfrat. Nicely done. Nice spacing. Stonington, that's good ball movement on the ground.
Yeah, good physical 50-50 play right there between both teams.
Bears looking for a through ball. Dahl trying to fight his way through. Good defense from East Lyme. That was Sagan on the other direction. Running down and not able to get the shot off. Asso was looking for a short side goal, but he couldn't quite get a strong foot on it, and it'll be a goal kick for the Bears.
Yeah, East Lyme showing their athleticism there defensively. They do a nice job of just putting the bodies in the right position, winning balls in the air, winning balls on the ground, kind of get down the trenches.
Luke Salin into the game, replacing Oso. And Tobiasen will take the goal kick for Stonington. Nice ball down the sideline. Bears looking to get it, and they'll get a throw. I believe it's going to be off of East Lyme, so the Bears will have a throw. And we didn't see in game one. We'll see if we have one here in game two. It looks like Wolfrad's going to take the throw. And he's lining up for what will be an offensive set piece off of a throw. So he's capable of putting this thing 30 yards in the air, and they're going to run a play off of Wolfrad's throwing. Looking for a flick in front, and East Lyme tries to clear. Stonington, and now East Lyme is not able, but we get a handball.
Yeah, dangerous clear there by East Lyme. You know, ball popped out top of the 18. Luckily, no one from Stonington was there, because certainly that would have been a ball that could have put in the frame. I do like in the early goings the kind of pattern of play that Stonington is showing. A lot of entry balls, playing where they face, knocking it negative, knocking it wide, and then having those outside mids and outside backs overlap into that free space behind. Just haven't been able to capitalize on it just yet.
It'll be a throw for East Lyme deep in the Stonington end of things, and they'll send Lindbergh for the throw. Lindbergh looking for a return, pops it in the middle, and a shot ripped, but Tavares is there as Montejano put a shot on goal, and Tavares stood his ground.
Yeah, well struck, a little deep, obviously. You know, easy ball for Tavares to handle, but certainly, you know, getting those reps in and putting balls in the frame can create some opportunities. But, you know, definitely well struck by Montejano from the outside.
Dahl. And, oh, man, Dahl is punch. That's a little bit of payback right there from Montejano. He lowered the shoulder. That was earlier where we saw Dahl go right over the top and through of Montejano. And that was on the clean side of a penalty. Just a reminder of, you know,
entering for the Bears.
Let's keep it fair. Keep it fair.
Yeah, you know, shoulder is one thing. Once you raise that arm a bit, that could raise some eyebrows, you know. And then certainly, you know, those yellow and red cards can pop out. Certainly not one of those offenses here, but definitely a pretty physical challenge.
Wolfrad's throw is headed back out, and we'll get a return throw from Stonington. Wolfrad settles, pops in the air, and Piper is there as the floater falls into the keeper's arms. I actually very much like the play of that what Montejano just did. I thought it was just clean enough. It wasn't dirty. It was a penalty. It was a clear foul, but it was done with intent, and it wasn't done to injure. It was done as a physical play just to say, okay, I'm not going to be, you know, you're not going to do that kind of stuff. We're not going to, and that's a nice even playing field move. That's a player policing themselves kind of a thing. I actually really like that kind of a play when it's not dirty, but it's just done physically with intent.
Yeah, I mean, while I agree, I think the area of the field is in question. You got to be careful where you do that. You know, you're doing that on roughly the 20-yard line. That's putting them with a free kick, a set piece in a dangerous area. I would much prefer that more of the middle part of the field. That's more of a tactical foul. Back there is a little bit more dangerous.
I agree completely with you. I think you're absolutely right, Colin. There's a danger to that part of the field. My response would be that's probably the part of the field where they're going to be most of the time. So, yeah, he's going to have to weigh that. That's a tough one. I think they're done now. I think from here on out, you're going to see them very, sort of very respectful of each other. I think they, one made his presence known, the other said, I got you, and here we go. So Stonington with a chance here. Karen will take the kick, pops it low, flicked back in, and off the line comes Piper. Easy save.
Yeah, and thankfully that set piece was on the width. If you're going to do that in that area of the field, at least do it wide. You don't want to do that, in the middle third of the field, down the spine.
Vikings. Biggs going far post, looking for a head ball, and it was a little bit low, and Stonington will come out of the pack with it. Dangerous ball, though. Biggs put a nice one on the far side. Low shot for Tavares, no problem.
Yeah, those bending balls, which cause the defenders to kind of go towards their own goal, those bending in-swingers from this left to the right side certainly are very dangerous. And we've seen that from Montejano now and from Biggs. So I think we'll see a steady dose of that throughout the night.
Stonington seems to want to work Dahl. They like that matchup. Biggs has had the most success for East Lyme.
Yeah, and I think East Lyme has been more left predominant, where I think Stonington has used really kind of the full width of the field, both right and left on the attack.
Nice stonework in the middle from East Lyme.
Yeah, maybe a inadvertent handball, play on.
Good officiating crew for this one. Ripped shot low. Tavares is there. The low, hard line drive shot from Stoddard, but Tavares to the ground.
Yeah, we've seen Stoddard, we've seen Montahanu, we've seen Biggs, all with some shots in the frame here. But, you know, from distance, you're looking at probably in the neighborhood of, 35 or even 40 yards. So certainly a shot like that, Tavares will be able to handle with ease. But neither team really attacking the end line enough to kind of bring that ball back across the box from the end line. A little bit easier to attack, from that space, but a little less likely to put the ball in the back of the net.
Good physical play, both teams, as we're down under 12 minutes, 11:40 remaining here in the half. Looking for Dahl. There's that matchup with Montahano. Montahano just boots that one away for a throw, which will be taken here on the near side by Wolfrat.
Yeah, that's one of those, fight another day kind of plays. Get that ball out wide, get our shape back, get our numbers behind the ball again, and then, put up that defensive wall.
Wolfrat puts this one right on the on the 5-yard line, and it's now cleared. East Lyme was out of bounds, and it'll be another throw. This time they'll back it up and give the throw to Gothy.
Yeah, we've seen two big throws. Montahano had a great big throw for East Lyme, and same thing with Jace, from Stonington, both also baseball guys. Maybe it kind of goes hand in hand.
That's a good point.
I don't want to say baseball guys, but multi-sport athletes who happen to also play baseball.
But they also are very good. Yeah, they're both very good baseball players. Wolfrat looks so much like his father as an athlete. It's scary. His father was a good pitcher, and so is Jace. And a nice job of shielding. Give East Lyme's credit. Give O'Brien credit that time. He just shielded a little bit to keep Dahl off that ball.
Yep, good soccer, body movements there, and really kind of good field vision, knowing where the player is, where the ball is, and just shading that off. That you can't say enough about that sometimes. Shielding the ball in soccer and knowing where that person is in comparison to your goal is huge.
For the Vikings.
Little nuances of the game.
Ryan Novick.
What I loved about that was there was a great example of where you don't need to get super physical and you don't even need to make contact. He just got in the lane and slowed his body up enough that there was no place for Dahl to go, and he kind of had to just let the ball ride. And O'Brien, by doing nothing more other than getting there first, and just kind of herded him, which was perfect.
Yeah, I think body mechanics sometimes is like a lost art in soccer. Things that we don't often teach well enough in the game. We teach tactics and technical ability and juggling, passing, shooting, but shielding the ball from a defensive standpoint is a not a lost art, but an important art.
Through ball, and Piper just calmly waits for it. He knew that ball was going to get to him before the Bear could get to him, and so he stood calmly and let Cook run on and put it right back into the East Lyme zone.
Yeah, and East Lyme trust Connor Piper, very much so in the back end. They feel comfortable playing the ball back to him. They feel comfortable that he can be like that extra defender, almost like a sweeper keeper. He's got great foot skills in his own right, and certainly, we saw his distribution right there as a healthy kick. So with that experience comes that, that trust.
Yeah, I've noticed exactly that. He's got a very strong leg, both from the goal kick and from the punt. We've seen him, change the field very quickly. Wolfrat puts it back in, a little bouncer, and that's going to go wide, and Piper will let it go out, and it will be the aforementioned goal kick. So Piper very comfortable as the goal kick, and he was going to do a quick distribution to Sagan this time.
Yeah, and that's a sign of a veteran keeper, too. Someone who plays the game at high levels. And you see that from Brandon Tavares and from Connor Piper. Guys who can distribute the ball with their hands and their feet. Whether it's a sling or a bowled ball or a ball with their feet. So certainly, you want to have that keeper to be multifaceted, and I think we've got two great ones tonight.
I thought that was one of the best transitions we've seen from East Lyme. Piper put it right out immediately to Sagan. Sagan right on the ground to the midfield to Biggs. Biggs, one touch to Verhin, and they just changed fields very nicely. Ball on the ground the whole time. That's something we haven't seen from East Lyme. There were no balls in the air right there. That was just a nice touch. I'd like to see more of that from them.
Yeah, and that's what they look for at the next level. These keepers that have good distribution, because any ball in the air is going to be 50-50 ball, right? A ball that you can put in the ground to an outside back that you can build off of is going to create that possession opportunity for your team. You want to keep the ball at the end of the day, right? So I think that's part of it.
Here comes an East Lyme free kick, about 40 yards out. That one's up in the air. Tavares with the punch. East Lyme keeps it in, and now Stonington will let it go out of bounds, and we're going to get a Bear throw.
East Lyme seems to be pretty, consistent with those in-swingers. So you have Montejano with an in-swinger and Blake Biggs on this side in-swinger from the left to right, and then you had a lefty in-swinger from the opposite side. So they're trying to put pressure on that keeper.
Stonington with a throw, just under 7 minutes remaining in the first half, 0-0, 0-0 in the Division I Boys Soccer Championship from Ledyard High School. Stonington with a clear. East Lyme will play back to Sagan. Sagan, nice touch. Out wide it goes to Montejano.
Yeah, fairly even match in the, first half of soccer here with, about 6 minutes left to play in this first half. Not a ton of great opportunities. He sometimes had probably more shots on the frame, but from distance. Stonington's probably done a little better job of putting balls, towards the end line.
Verhin, beautiful job keeping the ball on his feet, back in front, and they couldn't get enough on it. Both Salin and Verhin were there after a beautiful job of Verhin by keeping it on his feet. That was a nice offensive set that time for East Lyme.
Yeah, just off his foot there, kind of got caught underneath his foot for a second. He's going to want that one back because, a little redirection of that ball, that's definitely going to be on the frame. But great ball and almost a great finish.
Sagan out of bounds. Stonington will have the throw with 5.5 remaining here in the first half.
Re-entering for the Stonington Bears, number 6, Connor Tavares.
Throw in from Stonington here on the near side.
Taking some, liberties with the throw in there.
It's supposed to be at around the 50. He was up to the 40. They said can't have 10. As it is, he's going to end up at the 40. Yeah, 44. Throw in now. Montejano. Nope. Check that. Montejano with a long throw. Nice footwork from Stoddard. And he'll have a reward with a throw in for the Vikings here on the near side. Now Montejano will take that throw, and similar to Wolfrat, he has the capability of putting this one deep into the territory. I'd say he can get this into the frame.
It'll
if
be
he
an
does.
18 for
Oh,
sure.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Well done. Far side. That throw is legit.
Yeah, I don't think he unleashed it until just now. When he gets deeper in that field, it almost becomes like a corner kick, and we've seen a lot of that over the years from various players.
East Lyme settles. Biggs. Just Lesio now with the Bears. A nice stonework. Vikings keeping the pressure on, and that one will sail out for a goal kick for Stonington.
Yeah, just under 4 minutes to play here. Not a ton of action on the frame in terms of, scoring threats, but both teams trying to, find their way towards that goal.
Well, we were 0-0 at halftime of game one. We saw a very exciting second half and overtime, and the Windham Whippets captured the Division II crown 2-1 in overtime over St. Bernard's. Here we're 0-0 in the first half of the Division I championship between the Stonington Bears and the East Lyme Vikings.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a case of two teams right now, not wanting to take too many big chances, trying to avoid that counterattack. I think both teams played very similarly. They both can be dangerous on the counterattack, but if you're dangerous on the counterattack, you're also very susceptible to a counterattack against you of your own.
Gothy Can't get much on it, and Piper comes, scoops it up. Piper this time is going to let one fly. A little drop kick onto Montejano. So that's 3 different things we've seen from Piper. We've seen the big punt, 60, 70-yard punt. We've seen the drop kick put right onto a teammate, and we've seen the distribution on the ground. So a little bit of everything from the senior keeper.
Re-entering for Stonington, number 10.
Yeah, because once again, at the end of the day, you want to put a ball on your teammate's foot. You know, occasionally you'll launch a long ball just to get it in the opposite half, but if we can find that ball and keep possession, that's kind of the key.
Stonington. Josh Lord working on the line, and he's going to turn it over. And East Lyme will have the kick down deep in their end.
You know, and then this comes a point, you know, it's more about clock management now. 2 minutes to go. You want to be smart about getting things forward. You don't want to go down a goal with 2 minutes to go here and give the team the other momentum that they might have earned there. So it's a combination of getting the ball forward, but also being smart. You don't want to give the team any kind of momentum heading into the half.
Changing fields, Gothy back through the middle. Wolfrat down to 1:45 remaining. Wolfrat battling on the far side. And it'll be Stonington. Nope. Yep, Stonington will have that. Whistle was against East Lyme. Of course, you want to stay tuned at halftime for highlights and features before second half action. Throw in from Stonington with 1 minute and change remaining here in the first half. This is where both teams, unless something crazy happens, are going to put this thing to bed. No one is going to take direct action. You see there, East Lyme just knocking it out of bounds. This is where you just don't want to make a mistake with 1 minute left. Wolfrat will throw this thing in, try to get it deep, see if they can get a shot.
1 minute remaining.
But 1 minute remaining in the half. High ball in the air, headed out by East Lyme. Biggs will clear. 50 seconds, East Lyme with a chance here. Big ball, and Tavares will step in front. Quickly transition in the other direction. Stonington seeing if they can get East Lyme on their heels. Dahl and Gothy.
Yeah, I would have liked to see East Lyme be a little more patient there. They had 50 seconds to play at that point. You know, that was a big, long ball. You know, that's a ball you might play with 10 seconds to go, not 50. If they kind of build the attack, get some more numbers forward, that could have been a better opportunity.
Sagan clears for East Lyme. Hard contact and a whistle. And we'll get a Stonington. 3 seconds remaining in the half. That's going to run us out here till the end of the half. And there we are. We are at halftime of our Division I championship game. 0-0. We'll be back. You can watch highlights and features. We'll be back with second half action. You're watching Game Day live on Day.com.
Better at first. Much better. So much better at first. The right insurance at the right price. You buy better at first. You buy better at first. You buy better.
The Burns Agency can feel it, and we know you feel it too. Fall is here. Crisp air, falling leaves, pumpkin everything, and football. So much football. With a new season upon us, it's a great opportunity to take a quick time out and make sure your insurance program is in order. The Burns Agency is here to help you play by play. Strong coverage, dependable service, and touchdown savings. Give us a call or visit us online. The Burns Agency, proudly serving Eastern Connecticut since 1932.
You can purchase a digital download of tonight's game or any of our live broadcasts at Vimeo On Demand. For details, head to vimeo.com/ondemand/GameDayCT.
Handoff, Mejia, off tackle, heads to the outside, gets a great block from Cruz towards the end zone. Touchdown, Whippets. 2nd and 10. This time Hines will throw. Has time, over the middle, and it's intercepted. Malachi Fowler. And he's going to take it all the way to the 2-yard line. Hines to throw. Pressured, screen set up to Hightower, and he is absolutely crunched. Motion man, Melendez-Gonzalez. Robinson Smay keeps it himself, bounces to the outside, now throws it in the flat. Caught.
Beautiful.
Touchdown, Travis Mangual. Big handoff. Robinson Smay is going to throw man wide open. Emmanuel Vasquez. Touchdown, Whippets. Robinson Smay. Handoff. Melendez-Gonzalez. Showing speed, looking for a block. Cuts it to the outside. One man to beat. Reaching for the end zone.
Whoa!
And touchdown,
Wow, what a
Whippets.
play.
Hines to throw on first down. Pressured in the pattern. Intercepted by Mangual at the 40-yard line. Mangual still on his feet. Mangual to the outside looking for a block.
He's got some blockers.
And Mangual still on his feet, stays inside.
Blockers.
Can he get there? Just down to the 4-yard line. Handoff, big hole. First down and more. Heading to the outside. Cutting one more man to beat. Touchdown, Asael Garcia Rodriguez. Whippets. Handoff, Sutman, big hole, heads to the outside, one man to beat, touchdown, Lancers. Handoff, straight up the middle, big hole, big run, still on his feet.
Bumbling.
Doesn't want to be denied,
Stumbling.
Still on his feet, pushing Garcia Rodriguez. Handoff to the outside with a block, cutting it in toward the end zone, touchdown, Darwin Melendez-Gonzalez. Likelihood of a state championship and B, difficulty in getting it. Handoff, Sutman, big hole, getting to the outside, showing some speed, one man to beat, touchdown, Waterford! Little delay, handoff, bouncing to the outside is Julian Cruz. Cruz crosses the 30, crosses the 20, crosses the 10, touchdown, Whippets, Julian Cruz to the house. Hines rolls, little middle screen to Sutman. Sutman crosses the 10, down the sideline.
Touchdown.
Touchdown, third of the game, Brady Sutman. He has accounted for all 3 Waterford scores.
My 2 older sisters, Alexis and Madison, were both all-state players. They played here at Eastern High School.
Well, if you look back, they've been part of our program for almost 12 years now, or by the time Skylar graduates, it'll be 12 years.
My oldest sister has been playing since freshman year of high school, and my middle sister has been playing since 8th grade, and I've been playing since I was 5.
I think probably about 6 or 7 or 8 possibly. She was out on the court, always peppering with her father in between sets and after games, and run over the ball cart and grabbing a ball, and her skill level was, you know, she was about yay high, and she was probably better than half of our team at that point in time.
Have you ever considered asking them to have more kids?
Absolutely, I ask them all the time, and I just get a laugh. I think they're finished, but I'd love to see them come back year after this is all said and done, once Skylar graduates next year, and I know that they would have a positive influence on our program.
Everybody definitely compares us on how good we are, what positions we are. We don't really compare each other. They support me a lot. They come to like all my games and they always wish me good luck. They were both really good players, and it's hard to go up to their level.
One match to win, which bell are you taking?
I'm going Skylar all day.
Okay.
I think that Skylar has, again, she's been around the longest, and I believe that she has that toughness in her and that team leadership in her to like carry a team, and hopefully you'll see that on Monday night against Fitch.
So my first year at 12U, we were in the locker room while the guys were getting ready, and just seeing their energy and stuff really made me like want to get to high school and be with them. The sledgehammer been in NFL tradition for years. Bakulis used to tell us be the hammer, not the nail. So basically not to let nobody punch you in the mouth during a play. So
why then are you carrying it around at practice?
Just to show how last year we went 4-6. It shows that like we had a very bad season and we could bounce back this year. And let's go 100% each play.
DeAndre, he leads by example. He's two-way player for us, does all that he can to make the team better. He's not one of those kids that wants to take all the credit or anything like that.
I feel like he's the staple to our offense and defensive line. He's the one that brings everyone together, and he's just a natural leader.
He's more reserved from my time around with him, but he's more of a let your pads kind of do the talking kind of player.
Me, I like to stay cool. I don't need to be like that. We got more people like that on our team. I'm just a laid back, do my job, and then I'm done.
You need people that are cool under pressure. You need people that are calm when things aren't going right, you know? So I think people can look to the guys that are keeping their composure, that are keeping it calm and believing in the plan and the process and listening to the coaches. And I think people can rally behind that when they see people behaving that way. Otherwise, because sometimes rah-rah people can not be so rah-rah when things aren't going the right way, you know?
Yeah, you just got to know me as like a person outside of football. I'm really laid back, but football, if you get me bad, you could get me to that point where I start yelling and stuff.
Game day opens the high school basketball season back at the Mohegan Sun with the second annual Day Holiday Classic. We'll bring you 3 games on Monday, December 19th. First, a rematch of last year's Division I championship game between East Catholic and Notre Dame of West Haven. Next, a rematch of last year's Division III semifinal as St. Bernard takes on Daniel Hand. And finally, ECC rivals New London and NFA see if they can top last season's buzzer-beating drama. It's the Day Holiday Classic, Monday, December 19th at Mohegan Sun Arena, and streaming live on Game Day.
You buy better. Better at first. Much better. So much better at first. The right insurance at the right price. You buy better at first. You buy better at first. You buy better.
The Burns Agency can feel it, and we know you feel it too. Fall is here. Crisp air, falling leaves, pumpkin everything, and football. So much football. With a new season upon us, it's a great opportunity to take a quick time out and make sure your insurance program is in order. The Burns Agency is here to help you play by play. Strong coverage, dependable service, and touchdown savings. Give us a call or visit us online. The Burns Agency, proudly serving Eastern Connecticut since 1932.
Game Day is brought to you by Waterford Dental Health. All that's good begins with a smile, and when you visit Waterford Dental Health, your smile is their top priority. Their entire team is dedicated to providing you the personalized dental care that you deserve, so you should contact them today at waterforddentalhealth.com for more information. Of course, after the game, you want to find us on social media at Game Day CT for our interview with the Foxwoods Player of the Game. At the center of it all, it's Foxwoods Resort and Casino. Upcoming events include the Beach Boys, featuring the Holiday Vibrations Orchestra. That's November 26th. Tickets on sale now. For more details, visit foxwoods.com/entertainment, only at Foxwoods Resort Casino. The wonder of it all. Casey O'Neill along with Colin Delaney, and I asked the question, we are 0-0 at halftime. I said, who is going to pop the first goal of the second half? And without giving any names, one person said East Lyme, one person said Stonington, and one person said, neither. We're going into OT tied at 0. So we'll see what happens as we are ready to go here in the second half. All right. You are Coach Mario Costa. What'd you say to your kids at halftime?
You know, I think, if I'm Coach Costa, I think we did a really nice job of changing fields in the first half, using the whole field, but we weren't overly dangerous. We didn't really do enough to put balls in the frame in a dangerous way. I think going to the second half, can we get more numbers forward? Can we take some, additional chances? And can we continue using that full width of the field to create those holes in their back line? And can we find Alessio, not necessarily to score, but to build off him? He's obviously garnered a lot of attention in this first half. Can we use him as kind of like that decoy, build off of him, and create some chances as we overlap?
Now, I hate to do this to you, but you got to get into the head of Paul Christensen. It's a place that you have desperately tried to avoid for so many years. But what is Coach Christensen saying at halftime?
Yeah, I think he's happy with the way they played in the first half in terms of just, the possession and putting balls, forward. I think, he's probably looking to push a little deeper. Can we be a little bit more patient? Instead of, hitting balls from 25, 30s out, can we find the end line more? Can we attack the end line? Can we create some chances that way rather than taking the deeper shots? He liked the energy and the pace of play probably in the first half. They outshot, Stonington from a dangerous standpoint. But can we try to maybe attack that end line and be a little bit more patient?
So Tavares will corral for Stonington, and they'll operate moving right to left in the white. Of course, East Lyme in the maroon. 0-0, 0-0 as we begin play here in the second half.
And as both coaches in the second half, I think you want to see more attacking opportunities. So I think we might be calling Tavares' and Piper's name more often in the second half as, times get a little bit more desperate as the game gets deeper and closer to 0.
Well, one thing you said that really resonated with me, you've got your leading scorer in Stonington and Sal Alessio, who basically, touched the ball only a couple of times and never really in a position to either make a play, facilitate a play. So I definitely think you got to find a way to get him more touches here in second half.
Yeah, but credit to East Lyme. I mean, watch every ball that gets played into a Stonington foot. They are high pressure right away. They're not letting them turn. You're not seeing as much of that from Stonington. You're seeing a lot of great energy. If you watch the ball move, there's always an East Lyme player in the guy's back pocket.
Yeah, East Lyme is definitely putting the pressure on as far as I think what you said there is really astute. They're not letting Stonington turn. So as soon as the ball is on a foot, they're body to body, making Stonington with a decision, and they're being overly aggressive. You see Wolfrat, he and Connor Moran have a little bit of battling going back and forth now as well.
Well, that was, case in point. Connor Moran, great job. Wasn't even involved in the play. Worked to it. Got it right back, and now they're on a counterattack again. So that work rate from East Lyme right now is probably the difference in the game.
Sagan clears for East Lyme. Virhin with the ball now near side. He plays it with Moran. Back into the corner for Virhin.
Yeah, and Diego's a handful. Talking to Coach Casa prior to the game, he said, he's one player we need to be mindful of. He's a handful. He's a motor. He's a guy that can make an impact in the game, in a moment's notice.
Father Carlos, also an impact player in his own right. And he can make an impact on a game as well. We've seen that over the years. Corner kick, Biggs will take it near side. Low ball with a foot, still loose. Back to Biggs. He'll recenter. And that one will go off of a foot. It was Moran that had the best chance at it on the low ball from Biggs.
That's the first time we've seen tonight in either one of these two games, a corner kick, a set piece that's driven, kind of near post and low. Those can be super dangerous because, a little deflection there, but credit to Tavares for making that save in the near post. But, I'd like to see more of those kind of a mix of the set pieces. Anyone can defend those big balls in the air.
And East Lyme, Biggs will send that one wide. It'll be a goal kick for Stonington. Waiting on a whistle, and we got a substitution in the game, Stonington, as Tavares will come off.
Hey, what's the score?
Entering for the Bears, number 19, Brett Karen.
So goal kick for the Bears. Middle of the field, East Lyme, Biggs. Vikings trying to work the middle of the field, but Stonington pushes it back to the East Lyme defensive line. I don't like that. That's one of those plays, and I'm sure he'd want it back as well. But O'Brien that time, he's just got to settle that ball. There's no that ball, that long ball in the air has no real purpose here right now. He's just got to settle it, distribute it on the ground.
Yeah, you can see him kind of shake his head. I think he's looking for a long ball down the side. He just kind of got underneath it, popped up in the air. So certainly that's not a typical play out of this team or out of Gavin. But you're right. That's a ball you need to either settle down or put a better play down the sideline.
I think that's one of those things when you have more time than you realize you have, and he definitely could have, settled it, taken a little look, and seen what was in front of him. I get exactly what he's trying to do. Sometimes that transition, everyone going one way and you pop it back the other way is effective, but I don't know that ball was conducive to that, and that's why I think he was mad at himself.
Well, East Lyme has been so quick to the ball in this second half. Stonington's been sitting back on their heels right now. I think they kind of a little bit, I don't want to say shell shock, but East Lyme has just come at these guys like gangbusters in this first part of the second half.
Veerhan, nice ball. Moran on the near side.
I don't think he realized how much time he had. To your point.
Yeah, and that I think that's where teammates have to get involved. You have to hear your teammates saying settle, time, whatever the code word that you guys like to use is.
Look at you with the soccer terminology. Time, switch, square, or Mike DeMaro's new favorite word, in-swinger.
In-swinger, the new favorite. That's right. Sounds like a band at the LNG back in the day. Coming to the stage at LNG tonight, it's in-swinger.
Wait till I use out-swinger later on in the half.
I hope so. Stonington looking for a little overlap there, and it didn't come to fruition. Coming in the other direction now, East Lyme. Playing out wide to Moran.
East Lyme doing a great job of playing a lot of those back foot passes, ball across their body so they can turn on it as the ball gets on them. They can kind of see the field. So really impressed just in general how East Lyme has approached this second half so far.
Good defense, and Veerhan tried to split defenders, and they body checked him as he tried to split.
I don't think Stonington's gotten over the half in this second half so far. East Lyme in the first 8 minutes of soccer here has really kind of dominated play. But as we said earlier, two great teams, and in a moment's notice that can change. So I would be surprised if Stonington doesn't come back.
To me, this has it feels a lot like the first game. In far as Stonington is content right now. Not a lot of offense going, although here's their big chance. And a great job recovery by the Vikings getting back. O'Brien got back and got a foot on that, and it went out of bounds, but it'll be a corner kick for Stonington.
East Lyme looking for the offsides call there. Instead of kind of playing the whistle, kind of looked to the assistant referee, realizing it wasn't an offsides call, had to kind of catch up to that play there. That could have been a problem.
Corner kick. That ball's going far post and well defended. Nothing there. Piper grabs and East Lyme will redistribute. In our first game, we saw exactly this, and then the own goal turned up the pace as St. Bernard's needed to get themselves going. I can see the same thing happening here where, East Lyme puts one in and it forces Stonington to turn up the tempo.
Yeah, I think, whoever scores this first goal here, because I think we'll get one, at some point in this half, is really going to probably change the dynamic of this game. I think they're still kind of playing, a little reluctant, especially from Stonington's standpoint here. But once that goal is scored, it opens up the gates.
I can almost see Stonington right now starting to turn it up a little bit. They're starting to get a little more, the pace is picking up. They're starting to get a little more aggressive. And you can see here as Wolfrat will take the free kick. Stonington's starting to turn the possession toward them.
Well, I think East Lyme came out so, physical and with so much energy, it kind of caught them off guard, so to speak. And now they're kind of, getting their feet back underneath them and developing the rhythm of their own. And now they have that builds confidence. When things aren't going well, I always tell players, just do the next rep well. Keep it simple and then build the confidence from there. Don't get too fancy. And I think Stonington now is getting that rhythm back.
Over the years, those great Stonington teams, one of the things they were so great at was the counterattack when a team tried to pressure them. And teams got very wary of pressuring Stonington because Stonington was so patient, and they would just bang, they'd get you on a through ball, they'd get you on a transition switch where, you started to feel like you had all the momentum, and then all of a sudden, boom, and they'd rip a goal in the other direction. And a lot of that was the dynamic play of Montalto and Samhain and DeCastro and, veteran guys like that, but it was also sort of that patient style that they played with, where they were played with this ultimate confidence that, they were always in control. This Stonington team has a little bit of that going on right now. They feel like they're in control, even though East Lyme has had all of the pressure.
Yeah, a lot of these guys have played in some big games over the years, state championships and ECC championships. So they have the pedigree and they have the experience. So, once again, this is not David and Goliath by any means.
Tavares. O'Brien put it right back on the frame, and Tavares gobbled it, and he'll punt it away to midfield.
You know, and credit to Coach Costa and his staff, you know, coming off of, you know, 2 state championships and you know, Mario as an assistant coach on those teams. You know, it's, you know, big shoes to fill when Coach DeCastro leaves, of course, but certainly he's done a nice job of getting these boys back on track. I mean, to be 11-3-3 doesn't happen by accident. You know, losing guys like Sam Montalto and Will Sowin from the attacking end, right? And, you know, of course, Billy DeCastro and like Win Hammond, who have kind of the glue and the leaders of that team. You know, they've got Josh Lord, they've got Connor Tobias, and those guys are kind of those glue guys that, you know, we lost with Billy DeCastro and Win Hammond. So, you know, they've got the personnel.
Chance for Stonington. If they can maintain possession, they can't. East Lyme recovers. Stonington looking for the big over-the-top through ball, and O'Brien will just clear. That'll give Stonington a throw.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. You know, Stonington's done a nice job of keeping the ball on the floor, but to mix the attack and to kind of catch East Lyme off guard with the occasional long diagonal ball like that, I think is important to try to mix in whenever they can, especially when East Lyme has been so much on this half of the field. If you catch them kind of, you know, too far forward, a quick counter could create an opportunity for Stonington.
Wolfrad with the throw, and that ball is put back to Wolfrad, and he pops it wide, so it'll be a goal kick for East Lyme.
Entering the game for East Lyme, number 22, Robert Stoddard.
27 minutes and 35 seconds remaining here in the game. 0-0, 0-0. Goose egg to goose egg. Bagel to bagel. Donut, donut. There ain't no score here in the Division I championship game of the ECC.
And like we mentioned earlier, not a huge surprise, right? Going, you know, 0-0 in the regular season matchup between these two opponents. And, you know, once again, talking to Coach Christensen and Coach Costa, you know, it could have gone either way that last time, you know, and both of them said in conversations prior to the game, it's anyone's game. And really, so far, we're in that situation.
We've got an injured player on the turf, so we're going to take a quick break. You've been watching Game Day live on theday.com and take this time out by the Burns Agency.
You buy better. Better with Burns. Much better. So much better with Burns. The right insurance at the right price. You buy better with Burns. You buy better with Burns. You buy better.
The Burns Agency can feel it, and we know you feel it too. Fall is here. Crisp air, falling leaves, pumpkin everything, and football. So much football. With a new season upon us, it's a great opportunity to take a quick time out and make sure you're
So 27 minutes here remaining in the half. And it looks like we're going to get a restart with East Lyme in possession. The officials having a quick conversation. I want to give a shout out to Windham coach Zach Konopka, because in the interview, and I bring that up in reference to this game, in the interview he said something that was both honest and telling. And he said the outcome of the game was not what they expected, and he gave credit to St. Bernard's for a really innovative attack. He said that they approached us defensively differently than we had anticipated, and really did a good job against us. And I think that was both honest and telling that, you know, that St. Bernard's did something different, and it was effective. You know, these two teams played 0-0 in the first time they played against each other. But I think it'll be interesting, regardless of who wins, to have the conversation with the winning coach about, did you change anything in what you did, or did you see them change anything in what they did? And if not, were you comfortable just, you know, going head-to-head with a team that, you know, what is that like? Because clearly they have played a lot of soccer against each other this year, and not one goal has been scored.
Yeah, you know, in early goings of the second half, the shape looks similar. East Lyme in that 4-3-3 and Stonington in that 4-1-4-1. So not much there, but I wouldn't be surprised if you see things change as the game progresses, you know, and it gets a little bit more desperate for that goal.
East Lyme has it in their end. Cleared by the Bears, kept in by the Vikings. Cleared by the Bears, kept in by the Vikings.
Robbie Stoddard checking back in the game a few minutes ago. He's someone that we need to be mindful as well. He's someone that can pop a goal in the back of the net, big, strong player.
Yes.
We talked about Ian Cambridge a little bit. Ian Cambridge missed some time early in the season, came back on, has been a big part of East Lyme's success, scoring goals. Coach Christensen kind of gave him some credit for kind of helping with the goal scoring. They struggled early on in the season scoring goals, but getting kind of their full contingent of players in the attack has been important for them this last half of the season.
So the question is that I have, which is completely unrelated to soccer, is are there anyone left in the Delaney family that dresses up for Halloween?
Yes. My daughter and her group of friends went out, kind of like that 70s show mentality, right? And the tall boots and the, wildflower dresses. So, yeah, they went back out, my daughter being in 8th grade.
Nice.
Probably one of the taller, hippies you'll see at, probably 5'9", 5'10" at 13 years old, but she had a blast.
Outstanding. Peter Wappy, did any of the Wappy clan do the Halloween costumes this year?
So with a 5th grader and 8th grader, yep, we had a Princess Leia, and we
Vintage.
had a guy riding a chicken.
Now, here's the thing. In this world we live in, I wouldn't, presume that your daughter was the princess and that your son was riding a chicken, except knowing your son the way I do, that sounds exactly like Mason. He was riding a chicken of some kind, all right? My son went as a disinterested teenager. It was a great costume. Yeah, guy riding a chicken, all right. Did anyone see the costume of choice? I know, Peter, you've had some great couples costumes. Did you not dress up this year?
I did not. I was too busy putting my daughter's hair in Princess Leia buns.
And you did an excellent job of that. The Princess Leia buns looked good. And did you have to take part, Colin, in any of the, or are these all holdover clothes somewhere?
No, she actually did it all on her own. She, looked things up and figured things out. And, listen, she's 13. I stay out of her way, man.
Smart move. I would like to say that my son, my wife, and I did win first place in the costume contest at my in-laws' costume party on Saturday night. We went as the 3 blind mice. We were complete in with walking sticks, dark glasses, full mouse costumes, complete with ears and nose and whiskers.
There's a lot of referee jokes I can make about that, but I'm gonna.
That's
abstain.
right. I did not. Official Viveris, was not making fun of you in any way whatsoever. So, 23 minutes remaining here in the second half of what could be bonus soccer coming our way. We had that in game 1. Although I feel more confident in a goal with these two teams. I feel like there's a goal on the horizon. Big throw coming in here, head ball out.
Yeah, I mean, no knock on Windham or St. Bernard's. These teams just seem a little bit more electric. They just seem a little bit more pointed and a little crisper on some of the passes and some of their brand of soccer tonight. So, certainly, I do see that happening at some point, but it's who's going to break first.
I felt like with St. Bernard's, if Pacheco didn't have the ball on his foot, I wasn't that concerned. And with Windham, they never really felt like they were, that close to scoring, and even when they did. So, yeah, but I feel like these teams I feel like there's a goal waiting to happen here in the coming moments.
Yeah, with Windham, outside of Garcia Mendez's, game winner in double overtime, there wasn't that one guy that scared you tonight, And then Pacheco certainly scared you a bit, but then he didn't have the cast around him to really build off of. So certainly that was not that situation. Here, I feel like you have a lot of players that could really, be dangerous to put the ball in the back of the net on both sides of the field.
I feel like there's been 3 or 4 East Lyme guys who have been very close to that, and I feel the same way about Stonington. So, with Stonington, you get the feeling that with a guy like Alessio having not touched the ball, that you get the feeling that there's going to be a moment here in the next 15 minutes or so where he gets a touch. Good throw in, ball in the air, up off the line and corralling it nicely. Tavares will transition out of the back. Here's a nice ball in the middle. And there's a attempt at a through ball, not going anywhere. Now it goes the other direction. There was Alessio's opportunity at the touch. We just mentioned his name. Here he is, looking for a one down the sideline, and that's going to be a little too wide.
So volleyball update. Waterford takes the 3rd game, 2-1 lead over East Lyme in the semis.
Wouldn't it be something if we got Fitch Waterford, a matchup that we were not expecting at all. We were thinking we were going to get East Lyme and Griswold. We may get Fitch Waterford. That would be a nice, interesting matchup for us on Friday night.
That's why we play, right? That's what they say. It's why we play.
Yeah, from a game day perspective, as Peter said, we get an opportunity to do some teams that we haven't done before as well, which is always nice. We like to
Entering the game
mix
for
it up.
Stonington, number 10, Sawyer Van Loo.
Sawyer Van Loo into the game for Stonington of the Borough Van Loos. I have no idea if that's true or not, but that just sounds like something you should say. We have seen more Stonington activity than we did. And East Lyme, though, has been pretty consistent, I think. They have had a pretty consistent time with it. There's a nice play in the midfield by Verhen, and the ball is up for grabs down on the sideline now, battling for it. Stoddard with a big body, and it'll be a throw for the Vikings.
Yeah, just a great work rate from Diego there, just to kind of maintain possession and get a foot in the ball and play it down the line. You know, like I said, you know, that was one thing that Coach Costa had mentioned. He's kind of a handful, and you're seeing that here. But I think, you know, as well as Stonington is kind of turning this around a little bit, East Lyme has still maintained just a great work ethic to just put constant pressure on any time Stonington has that ball to create turnovers.
There's a slip. Taking advantage of it are the Bears. Looking for a little bit of offense. Alessio trying to get to it in the corner. And Sagan does a nice job with the body, bangs him out of bounds, and gets the throw.
Montejano, failed to mention in the first half, you know, rocking the classic Copa Mundial cleats, you know, the old school throwbacks, things that I used to wear back in the day. Talking to his dad at halftime there, it's nice to see kids, you know, not always wearing the, you know, neon bright cleats. They're rocking the old kangaroo leather Adidas Copa Mundial.
I just like hearing you say that. Here goes Stoddard, big body. Can he get to the ball and get a shot off? Taken down from behind. Are we going to get a whistle? He's looking. Yes. That was a big play. Robert Stoddard had position, got tackled from behind. We waited. Official Viveris wanted to get the call right. Colin, talk about what the officials are doing there.
So in that situation, because the AR, the assistant referee in the sideline, can see the play as it develops in front of him where, you know, Viveris, who's the center official, is behind it, he looks to his AR to get confirmation of was that actual foul, waits for the flag to wave, and when it happens, you know, then he makes his call. They'll always have a conversation as well just to verify that was in fact the call that they agree upon, and that results in a penalty kick for East Lyme.
Reed Dowling, the senior, will take the penalty kick. Brandon Tavares, the senior keeper, stands on his line. 18 minutes, 25 seconds. We haven't seen a goal. Can Dowling give East Lyme the lead in the championship? He approaches, and it's a goal! Reed Dowling goes low, left. Tavares thought the other direction, and the Vikings have a 1-0 lead. Told you there'd be a goal. Now the question is, can Stonington up the pressure and get that goal back? 18-25 is a lot of time, but the intensity, they're going to have to start generating more offensive opportunities than they have thus far.
Well, you're going to find out what they're made of right now. You know, is this going to motivate them? Is it going to light a fire? Or is it a situation where they're going to continue playing the same way? You know, if I know these teams in this program, I think you're going to see a lot of more, you know, a little bit more energy out of Stonington going forward here now to make up that deficit.
And then conversely, like we said in game one as well, does that change at all what East Lyme does? Right now, East Lyme's been dominating possession. Do they change anything and sit back more defensively, or are they going to have to make a adjustment to what Stonington does?
Yeah, if I'm Coach Christensen, I don't change a thing. You know, these guys have been playing good soccer. They're putting a lot of pressure on these guys, high energy stuff. You know, sometimes if you sit back, yeah, you might have more guys behind the ball, but now you're giving them more opportunities in your defensive end. So if I'm Coach Christensen, if I'm Wally right now, I'm not changing a thing. East Lyme's playing good soccer, and they're putting ball in dangerous areas, and you kind of see how they adjust for it. If Stonington changes their shape a bit, maybe you change your shape, but in general, I think you keep the way you're playing.
East Lyme with possession. Verhen drops it off, and it gets stoned, and now it's going to come out wide. Nice step through by Cambridge. He plays it back to O'Brien, and O'Brien changes fields, but it's picked off by the Bears.
Yeah, much more composed by O'Brien there. Just missed the pass to the weak side. But I do like that switch from a defensive player to the weak side. If you can create more opportunities like that, I think you'll be able to open up a bit. We didn't see much of that from East Lyme in the first half. They were kind of one-sided for a while. Then that left side, kind of Montejano side and Biggs on that left side. Now they're kind of using both sides of the field, which has been more of a benefit to them.
East Lyme continuing to try to keep pressure on Stonington. O'Brien, high ball, 50-50, controlled by Stonington. There's the through ball, run on, Alessio. Alessio defended so well by Sagan. Give all the credit. Tristan Sagan has been a rock back there, and he has not let Alessio have any touches.
Yeah, I know Tristan's done a great job of just kind of keeping pace with Alessio. He knows that Alessio wants to try to get around him towards that end line to either put a ball in the frame or across the box, and he did a great job of just using his body there. You know, Alessio is certainly a force to be reckoned with, so nice job by Tristan on that counterattack.
Corner kick for Stonington. Can they capitalize and get a shot here? Down 1-0. Low ball. And a Viking got a head on it. And it'll be Viking throw from Cambridge. And they'll drop it off. And he'll drop it back to Limburg. Limburg will take the throw for the Vikings.
Yeah, a short corner from Stonington. I think they're looking for a flick on. You know, didn't quite capitalize on it or execute that ball the way they wanted to. But I like them mixing up their corners. So that way we're trying to incorporate different looks, especially with the likes of like a Connor Piper this way or Tavares going the other way. You want to mix in your looks on those set pieces.
Throw in for East Lyme. Long throw, flicked on by Stoddard. Back to Biggs. Biggs changes fields. I love it. Always a fan. I'm always a fan. And you see right there, there's the whistle. We're going to get a foul, so it's going to be Stonington ball.
Yeah, weak side switch is definitely, you know, something that is important, especially when you have the ability to knock that ball and ping it across the field, because typically everyone is on the strong side, right? And how fast can they make that transition defensively to mark that player? And if it's not quick, well, then you're going to be able to capitalize.
We're under 15 minutes remaining. 1-0 East Lyme on top with a penalty kick by Reed Dowling.
You know, kind of a similar feel to the first game, right? So that first goal was scored on kind of a defensive, you know, mistake, right? Own goal. You know, ball goes off the guy's leg. And situation here, kind of off of a defensive mistake. You know, I mean, penalty kicks are kind of like a free throw in basketball. They're you know, pretty high percentage situations. So, you know, mistake on the back end by Stonington results in a foul and a penalty kick, similar to we had that mistake in that first game between Windham and St. Bernard's. We'll see how, you know, Stonington responds.
The difference here right now is that within a minute of that own goal, you could see a decided change in St. Bernard's, and they were a different energy level team. Right now, Stonington looks exactly the same, and East Lyme looks exactly the same, and that means East Lyme has been continuing to dominate possession.
Yeah, they have a different energy about them tonight. You know, you can just see that they have a goal in mind, and they have a plan in place to do that. And once again, I think the work rates and just that high pressure that they're providing is the difference. I don't think it's the style of soccer. I don't think it's the personnel. I think just in general across the field, East Lyme's doing a really good job of pressuring Stonington all the time.
Biggs will take the corner kick for the Vikings. Ball loose, cleared by Stonington. Settled, and Dowling loses possession. Now Stonington looking for the long through ball. Calmly taken, Piper. No opportunity for Stonington.
Yeah, smart by Connor. You know, keep it at his feet so that way he's not on the clock to distribute it once in his hands. You know, forcing Stonington to send a player so we can create some more space in behind.
It'll be a Stonington throw coming in the other direction. As we're now down under 13 minutes remaining. It's funny, that 10-minute in overtime seemed to fly. This last 15 minutes here, it feels like it's going in slow motion.
Yeah, I think it's that anxiety and that urgency in those 10 minutes. It makes it tick by a little quicker, I think.
I'll tell you a quick funny story here after Stonington So when I played high school soccer, we did not have a scoreboard at Veterans Field that worked for soccer. So the only way you had any idea of the time was you had to ask, and the bench would have a decent idea of the time, but the officials were the only ones that had the accurate clock, and they weren't going to waste their time giving you the time. On the run here, East Lyme, and a nice job on the ground, no whistle. Play on, East Lyme still with the ball. So we were playing Waterford, and that's for the Lesson Cup my senior year, and we were doing well. We were beating Waterford, and we scored a goal. Ricky Alfred scored a goal with, let's say, 7 minutes remaining in the game. 7 minutes. Like, all right.
Into the game for Stonington.
And what felt like 7 minutes later, we said, how much time? And the official goes, 6 minutes. I'm like, there's no way that only a minute came off the clock. We must have asked 5 times until finally our coach, Tom Kelly, was like, if you guys ask for how much time is left, one more time, play soccer. But I get what they're feeling right now. East Lyme is looking up at the clock every once in a while and seeing how much time is left. And there's going to come a point soon where they're going to switch their mindsets, intentionally or otherwise, from trying to score to wanting to protect this lead.
Yeah, and I think right now the clock is flying for Stonington, and I think it's at a snail's pace for East Lyme. So two different kind of games going on for two different teams here. But you're right. I think as it gets closer to 5 minutes and so on, you're going to see just maybe subconsciously them kind of sit a little bit more, especially maybe your 6 or your 8 midfielder there. They're playing a 4-3-3. I wouldn't be surprised if you see them going to a 4-4-2 the last probably 5 or 6 minutes.
And I think that's when you start seeing guys kicking it out of bounds. Just rather than try to make a play, you just see people trying to play it safe. And Stonington's got to find a way to get a player involved. They have really had very little in the way of offensive momentum here, either prior to or since the goal by East Lyme.
Yeah, they just, the wind is just not in their sails at the moment, and East Lyme's doing a good job of keeping that pressure on and keeping them in this half. It hasn't been a ton of work on the part of Connor Piper this second half at all.
And I don't want to take anything away from East Lyme's effort. The East Lyme's effort's been dominant from the start, just start to finish. They've played like the -- 1 seed. I do think that the semifinal win over Bacon Academy for Stonington was probably pretty grueling, but I think the win over NFA was a tough win for East Lyme. So I think both teams came in optimistic, and as of right now, with still 9.5 minutes remaining, I just want to say East Lyme is just they have just played superior soccer up till now.
Yeah, both teams with a 1-goal win over their opponent, 3-2 East Lyme over NFA, and then 2-1 Stonington over Bacon. Both good games, and East Lyme came from behind in that game. So, I think those games definitely, prepared them for this final. But East Lyme came with a plan and a mission today. You can just see it in their body language. You can see it in their energy today. They came to win, and so far they've proven that with about 9 minutes left in the game.
And again, no real change for Stonington from the results perspective. I don't know if there's any change in the shape or energy, but certainly from a results standpoint, nothing yet. East Lyme with the kick, and under 9 minutes remaining here left in the game. Low line drive. Dowling put it in play, and 1-on-4 right now. Dowling for the Vikings takes it away.
Yeah, Stonington's still kind of stretching that one player, kind of in that 4-1-4-1 or 4-5-1, shape here. But I wouldn't be surprised if they start stretching another one, because once again, as I said in the other game, if lose by 1, lose by 2, you still lose. So can we put more pressure on East Lyme to defend more guys behind the ball?
Using the big body of Stoddard. He and Lindbergh were playing a little 2-man game. Now Stonington, Alessio, Big steps in for the Vikings. And he won't be able to get there in time. Blake Big slides out of bounds. It'll be a throw for Stonington. 8 minutes remaining here in the ballgame. You can see now, even though, look at the shape for Stonington. Still seven players. They are, right now they're still in the same kind of attacking or less than attacking mentality that they've had so far. East Lyme maintains the pressure.
Yeah, I think you're going to see a more direct brand of soccer from Stonington as we, head into the, final 7 minutes or so of this game, because they have to. You got to get that ball forward, and if you can't do it through possession, you got to do it through some direct soccer.
Lindbergh, nice move, puts it on, and oh, a dangerous attempt. Will draw the whistle.
Stopping the clock.
Luke Allen went up in the air for the bicycle kick, but you can't do that in traffic the way he did it, and he got the whistle. 7:18 remaining, and we are back underway.
Yeah, it only becomes a dangerous play when you do it in traffic, like you mentioned. Same thing with the ball on the ground, like or a body on the ground. You can play the ball on the ground as long as you're not doing it, amongst other people.
East Lyme sitting back now, very comfortable, taking time. Lindbergh, nice. Pushing the pace is Cambridge. Cambridge fights inside. Stoddard loses it. Back it goes O'Brien. Settles. Nice job by O'Brien, but here comes Wolfrat in the middle of the field. There's the through ball he's looking for, far side. Best Bears chance in a little while. Played it back.
Yeah, that's a nice job by Stonington, though, in terms of being more patient. Granted, errant ball there in the past, but nice job not just going super direct there and wasting opportunity. Be a little patient, get numbers forward, and try to build off that. Tough ball to the weak side there, going out of bounds, but that's the idea you want to get. You want to just send one guy versus 3 or 4. Can you build the attack through a bunch of white shirts?
Throw in for East Lyme. Vikings. Stoddard, good body work. Step in by Stonington, takes the ball away. And we are now under 6 minutes remaining. Biggs plays to Virhen. Nice slide tackle by the Bears. But Virhen regains possession. He heads to the middle of the field, puts it on the foot. Stoddard, can he get there first? No, Tavares off the line.
As we said earlier, if I'm East Lyme, I'm not changing the way I'm playing right now. It's working. We're keeping the ball in the attacking half. But you do see them trying to be a little more methodical with their possession, not being as direct as they were maybe in the first parts of the second half. They're kind of trying to keep the ball at the feet. Keep the ball in this half.
Cambridge turns, fires, and wide.
Yeah, just couldn't wrap his foot around that ball to put it on the frame there, but he can always be dangerous with that ball in that range.
Tavares has got to move here. 5 minutes remaining in the ball game. 1-0 East Lyme. And you're going to see East Lyme taking every opportunity they get on throw-ins and free kicks to go slow.
Entering the game for Stonington, number 19, Brett Karen. And number 31,
Stonington needs to
Jackson
start
Duffy.
thinking these last 4 minutes here. They need to play, as you say, a more direct style of soccer.
Well, they're pushing 2 now up top here, so they're definitely throwing a couple extra bodies up there. But at this point, I'm wondering if they should throw, a 4-3-3 in the mix to try to get even more numbers forward to create that opportunity, because 4 minutes of soccer left, that's not a ton of time to create.
And East Lyme still controlling possession. Nice done, nice body work right there. Throw-in coming for Stonington. I thought that would have been an East Lyme throw, but Stonington with it. Pressure. And East Lyme, there's that. East Lyme is now in sit on this mode, because you can see there, that right there was indicative of a time waster. That was a get a foot on it, clear it out of here, waste some time.
But the thing in these games is this is the finals, right? So you have ball runners on both sides. So, it's not much of a time waster when you blast it over the building, because you got a kid with a ball and he just hands it to you, So if you're playing, regular season match with no ball runners, maybe. But in this situation, I think, playing the ball forward is great, but you got to try to keep that possession and waste some time that way. Let that ball work.
All right, Wolfrat, free kick right at midfield. Stonington setting something up here as the clock now 3.5 minutes. They are running out of time. Wolfrat approaches, goes far post, and too strong, and that'll be a goal kick for East Lyme. And watch how slow they are to this goal kick. If you've seen the movie Zootopia, and you know the sloth that works at the DMV, that's the pace we're at now. I remember these times. You're going,
Entering the game for East Lyme, number 4.
You're sitting there asking the ref, is this where I throw it from? Right here? Right here? He's saying it. And the ref's like, yeah, let's go. You mean right here, though? Right here, sir? Right here? Just in every effort you can to stall. 3 minutes remaining in the ball game.
I don't call it time wasting. It's calculated tactics.
That's 100%. It's time management. Ball up over the top. Tavares will corral it. And now with under 3 minutes remaining, Stonington is running out of time here in the Division I championship game to defend their title. And East Lyme is on the cusp of a Division I championship. Vierhen on the far side. Takes it down. Vierhen makes a little move. Cuts it back inside. Goes to the turf. No whistle. And we get a whistle. It'll be Stonington ball, but we're down 2.5 minutes remaining, and we're clock ticking.
Yeah, we had some physical play on the far side as they were attacking. I think the officials are going to address this. We had a couple players get tangled up, some pushing and shoving as they were attacking, so I think they're going to try to address this with the last 2 minutes of play here.
So official Tim Viveris will get involved and figure out what they want to do. 2:17 remaining, 1-0 East Lyme, courtesy of a Reed Dowling penalty kick. Of course, we should again remind you that after the game, we will live stream the post-game celebration we will have for you on Game Day CT, the interview with the head coach and the Foxwoods player of the game. And tomorrow, we will be at East Lyme High School, field hockey at 3:30, and the Division II girls and Division I girls championships at 5:30 and 7:30. So I don't know what this conversation is about, but they are giving a yellow card out. Dual yellow cards for the physical play of the two performers. So that's given out to Montahano and Gothi, I believe, were the two given the yellow cards. So we'll read
yellow cards issued to AJ Montahano of East Lyme and Jackson Godfrey of Stonington. Entering the game, number 5, Andrews Dahl.
So 2:17 remaining here, 1-0 East Lyme. Stonington with one final push.
You got to sell out now. Everything's got to be deep. Everything's got to be put direct. You got to put just pepper, the back end of East Lyme. Keep it out of the hands of Connor Piper, of course, but just can you put that ball on the 30 or 20-yard line and just run onto it and just try to apply some pressure and force East Lyme to face their own goal.
Stonington having one last shot at this. Time running now. We're under 2 minutes here left in the game.
East Lyme, number 12, AJ Montahano.
East Lyme seems very content. Here's a high chance for East Lyme. Connor Moran ran on, but right now, as we're down 1 minute and 40 seconds, watch East Lyme take their time. Mr. O'Brien, is this where I'm right here? It's my throw. Are you sure? Yeah, let me take my time. And there we go. Launch it down the field. We're down 1 minute 20 remaining. Stonington, as you said, is going to have to play some direct soccer. East Lyme is going to start sending people back farther and farther here.
Yeah, that 4-3-3 is looking more like a 4-4-2 right now. And they're having that, they're holding center midfielder, playing the 6th position, kind of holding in front of that back four, and just being mindful of the fact that Stonington's got 3 or 4 guys now in their back end, which might be a little too late, though, with 1 minute to play.
Under a minute remaining here in the ballgame. East Lyme 1-0. Nice touch. Stoddard to himself, but nothing there. And Stonington has now 40 seconds remaining. That ball is out of bounds. It'll be another Stonington throw. Stonington really has not challenged Connor Piper yet tonight.
Yeah, they did a better job in the first half attacking that end line and putting balls in dangerous spots, but nothing really challenging for Connor's standpoint to try to make a big save.
Timeout with 16 seconds remaining as we have an injured bear on the turf. He's going to have to hobble himself off. And 16 seconds remaining.
Yeah, barring something miraculous, I think East Lyme here is going to win this ECC Division I Boys Soccer Championship here at Ledyard High School tonight.
It would be something if they can come up with a way to score in these next 16 seconds. I don't see it, but let's see what happens. We're just waiting for a reset.
Waterford volleyball.
Re-entering for Stonington, number 31, Jackson Goffey.
So what we thought was going to be an East Lyme Griswold final has turned into a Fitch Waterford final. So Friday night from New London High School, it will be the Fitch Falcons and the Waterford Lancers. So congratulations, Waterford. We'll get to see you in girls volleyball on Friday night. And Fitch, we'll see you again. As the clock strikes 0, congratulations, Paul Christensen and the East Lyme Vikings on your 1-0 victory in the ECC Division I championship game. They have dethroned the defending state champions and the defending tournament champions Stonington Bears. Stay tuned with us. We will have the post-game celebration live, as well as the interviews with the Foxwoods player of the game and head coach Paul Christensen on Game Day CT's social media sites. So we're going to take it to that, but we'll be back right at it again tomorrow with field hockey and soccer. So, Colin, I look forward to doing this all over with you again tomorrow. Thank you for everything tonight. What a couple of close battles that we saw tonight. Great games setting the stage for a week of championships on Game Day. So for Colin Delaney and the crew, I'm Casey O'Neill. See you tomorrow, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to direct your attention to center field. ECC Soccer Commissioner Joe Pishka to award the Most Outstanding Player award to tonight's Most Outstanding Player. The 2022 Division I Most Outstanding Player goes to East Lyme's number 19, Reed Dowling. And presenting the championship plaque to East Lyme head coach Paul Christensen and the East Lyme Vikings. Congratulations to the East Lyme Vikings, the Division I tournament champions. On behalf of Ledyard High School and the Eastern Connecticut Conference, thank you for coming out tonight. We'd like to thank The Day and Game Day. Check out their broadcast of tonight's games and highlights tomorrow. Stay tuned tomorrow as they will be broadcasting championship games The Day will be broadcasting all 3 championship games tomorrow at East Lyme High School. Field hockey, girls Division II and girls Division I soccer triple header starting at 3:30 at East Lyme High School.